Chapter 1142. Subsequently, from Ji Jian and Lil Wan, Du Xiaofu finally understood everything. It turned out that this was inseparable from Ji Jian's identity. The Ji family was a large clan. Just the Ji family dynasty alone controlled 7 empires. The clan's power was immense, and even in the entire Shang province, it was rather famous. Although Ji Jian was the 5th young miss of the Ji family, she did not share the same mother as the previous 4. Instead, she was the child of the Ji family head and a young miss of a small clan. Although she was the 5th young miss of the Ji family, Ji Jian had never been happy since birth. Her mother was already damaged when she was born due to a difficult birth. Since young, she had been bullied by her 4 older siblings, and had almost lost her life a few times. Although when she was young, Ji Jian had displayed talent in cultivating talismans, she did not receive any cultivation resources. Instead, she was restricted everywhere. In the end, when Ji Jian was 7 years old, she was sent to her maternal grandmother's house, which was thousands of miles away from Tianchuan City. Recently, many places in Shang province were filled with evil spirits. Ji Jian's maternal grandmother's house was also greatly affected. Many nearby places were turned into evil spirits, and her maternal grandmother's house was already preparing to migrate. Coincidentally, it was the Ji family tournament, and all direct descendants of the Ji family were required to participate. Thus, someone from the Ji family went to Ji Jian's maternal grandmother's house, and was ordered to let Ji Jian return to Tianchuan City. Along the way, they were already feeling uneasy. This time, returning would definitely not be a good thing. There were traps everywhere, and they could not help but worry. Someone doesn't want you to return to participate in the tournament. Could it be that the Ji family tournament is related to benefits? Du Xiaofu frowned slightly. Someone did not want Ji Jian to return. It was likely that the Ji family tournament was related to something. The Ji family tournament is actually a selection of the next generation to be in charge of the Ji family. When the time comes, the winner will be able to obtain the Imperial Dragon Shi of 2 of the 7 empires, and will also be the future head of the Ji family. Lil Wan said to Du Xiaofu. Those people are afraid that Miss will threaten them and take away their benefits, so they want to stop Miss from going back. What about your father? Does he not care? Du Xiaofu asked Ji Jian. Family head has never paid any attention to her. Ever since young Miss was born, he has only seen young Miss a few times. This time, if it weren't for the Ji family's rules that all direct bloodline members must return to the Ji family tournament, I'm afraid family head wouldn't have remembered young Mississippi. Lil Wan pouted. Her words contained some resentment towards the Ji clan master. Although she was a servant, she was as close as a sister to the young miss. She was complaining on behalf of the young miss. Du Xiaofu was silent as he looked at the tombstone of the blue-robed old man. After a while, he asked Ji Jian, "What do you plan to do now? To Tianchuan City, to the Ji family?" Ji Jian's voice trembled. Then, she looked at the tombstone in front of her, her eyes filled with sadness. "Young miss, we can't go back. They won't let us go. If we go back, we will be weak, and our strength will be inferior to theirs. It's too dangerous. Uncle Lon also told us not to go back to the Ji family." Lil Wan was stunned. Then, she reminded her young miss. If they went back to the Ji family now, they would be walking right into a trap. "Lil Wan, if we don't go back, who will pay for Uncle Lan's life? When I was young, they treated me like that. I always thought that maybe things would be better after I grew up. I never planned to fight with them for anything, but now, they are so cruel and merciless. They don't care about family ties and want to kill me. I have the same blood as them, and I even implicated Uncle Lon. They are afraid that I will go back, so I will go back. And that father of mine, is he really so cruel?" Ji Jian's voice became softer and softer. In the end, her words seemed to be saying something, but she stopped. No one knew what she was thinking. From when she was young, no one could hear her. Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Jian and said, "If you go back now, I'm afraid it will not bode well for you. Uncle Lan's last words were for me to send you all away." Ji Jian looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Big Brother Dabai, you should leave. This is our G family's matter. Don't get involved. Uncle Lon wants me to leave, far away from Tianchuan City, far away from the G family. He is afraid that I will be hurt, but I cannot leave. I must go back. Someone must pay the price for Uncle Lan's life. Du Xiaofu said. I'm afraid your strength is not enough. Ji Jian's body trembled slightly. She leaned on the tombstone and slowly took a deep breath. Then she said, My strength is not enough, but if I leave like this, I will be living a life in vain in the future. So I might as well go back. They are afraid of me going back, so they naturally have their reasons to be afraid. As long as I return to the Ji family, they will have some qualms about doing anything. Perhaps I will be safer. Miss, Lil Wan wanted to say something, but Ji Jian interrupted her and said, Lil Wan, I have already made up my mind. There is no need to say anything more. You have been by my side all these years, and we are like sisters. I hope that you can leave with Big Brother Dabai. This way, I will have no other worries. No, since Miss has already decided, I will naturally follow. You said it yourself, we are like sisters. How can I not go? There was no hesitation in Lil Wan's eyes. She also knew Mrs. Temper. Although she was usually quiet, she would not change her mind once she had decided on something. I will also go with you. Du Xiaofu looked at the two women and said with a slight smile on his face, Dabai, you have to think carefully. The Ji family has many strong cultivators. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. Your life may be in danger at any time. Although Miss has saved you, you should not participate in this matter, lest you lose your life. Lil Wan rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu. She did not want to implicate this young man in front of her. Her eyes secretly fluctuated. She did not know why, but the young man in front of her was giving her a very special feeling. She could not even describe what that feeling was. It's okay, I will go and be your support. I will try not to implicate you. I promised Uncle Lon that I would send you away. Now that you want to go back, I naturally cannot just leave. Otherwise, I would be letting Uncle Lon down. Du Xiaofu said with a smile. Ji Jian asked Du Xiaofu seriously. Big Brother Dabai, this is not child's play. You have to think carefully. Du Xiaofu said seriously. Of course, I have already made up my mind. Last time, I was so seriously injured that I did not die. I must be very lucky. There is nothing to be afraid of. Ji Jian's lips curled into a smile. She sighed faintly and raised her head slightly. Her bright eyes looked at Du Xiaofu. She frowned slightly and said, Big Brother Dabai, when the time comes, you have to listen to everything I say. Do not be careless. Okay, no problem. Du Xiaofu nodded. Uncle Lon, I will think of a way to get justice for you. Ji Jian looked at the tombstone, then said to Lil Wan and Du Xiaofu, Lil Wan, Big Brother Dabai, let's go. Staying away from the Ji clan may not be the best choice. I promise you, I will definitely protect them. Du Xiaofu looked at the tombstone and said softly in his heart. Then, he left with Ji Jian and Lil Wan. Dabai, what is your cultivation level? Lil Wan's voice came from midair. I will try my best not to drag you down. Du Xiaofu smiled and replied. The three of them then disappeared in midair. Tianchuan City. The scale of its size was famous throughout Shang Prefecture. The vast buildings were surrounded by mountains on three sides and flat plains. From afar, the vast silhouette of the city was like a huge dragon entrenched on the horizon. 4 days later, Du Xiaofu, Ji Jian, and Lil Wan mixed into the crowd and entered Tianchuan City. Du Xiaofu was amazed by the prosperity of Tianchuan City. The Ji clan competition is about to begin. I wonder who among Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, Ji Rozi, and Ji Rahuang will win. The most popular one is Ji Jingchun. It is said that he has already reached the Nirvana realm of the martial emperor realm. He is also a male. The Ji clan will most likely not choose Nvlya as the next leader. Ji Jingchun's odds are not high, but Ji Rohong's odds are much higher. It is said that she also has a lot of chances. Her backing is not small. Don't forget that the Ji clan has a fifth Mississippi. I think her name is Jijian. Chapter 1143. Does the Ji family have a fifth miss? Why don't I know about it? Let's not talk about the fifth Mississippi. It's better not to mention it. There are many misses in the Ji family. If we can get any one of them, we'll strike it rich. The streets were bustling with noise and excitement. The entire Tianquan city was filled with discussions about the Ji family grand competition. This was enough to show the status of the Ji family in Tianquan city. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire Tianquan city belonged to the Ji family. In the center of Tianquan city, there was a chain of majestic palaces, as dazzling as a royal palace. Du Xiaofu stood far away in front of the Ji family's main gate. He looked ahead, restraining his aura and not releasing it. Not knowing the depth of the Ji family, Du Xiaofu did not dare to be careless, lest he attract the attention of others. Outside the Ji family, Ji Jian stood quietly, looking at the Ji family before her. As the fifth miss of the Ji family, she felt a sense of unfamiliarity. That dazzling, vast, and magnificent Ji family left her with nothing but cold indifference. If she had to say what else she had to say about the Ji family, she was willing to return this time because deep in her heart, there was still a person she called her father here, but he was also a stranger. Who is the most powerful person in the Ji family? Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Jian, who was staring at the Ji family in a daze, and asked, "Is it your father?" Ji Jian came to her senses and shook her head, saying, "I don't know either. However, when I returned this time, Uncle Lon casually mentioned that the reason the Ji family could have its current status and control 7 great empires was because the Ji family had an old ancestor. His strength was at least at the level of a martial honor. There might even be more than one martial honor in the Ji family." Martial honor. That's an expert. Du Xiaofu smiled. He was not surprised that the Ji clan had a martial honor. It would be strange if they did not have a martial honor for a clan that could control 7 empires and possess the imperial qi of 7 empires. Dabai, you have to be careful. The Ji family has a lot of rules. If you don't accidentally break one of the Ji family's rules, you'll suffer. Lil Wan kindly reminded Du Xiaofu. I'll be careful. Du Xiaofu smiled helplessly. Big brother Dabai, I'm sorry for making you pretend to be a servant. Ji Jian was a little embarrassed. Bringing someone into the Ji family required an identity. It's okay. Don't feel wronged. Du Xiaofu didn't mind. He was still wearing the servant's clothes that Uncle Lan had given him, which was quite suitable. Then let's go in. Ji Jian took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell slightly, accentuating her beautiful curves. Then, she walked towards the main entrance of the Ji residence. With 4 high walls, the Ji residence was even more majestic than the imperial palace. In the square outside the Ji residence, many armored figures stood upright, their auras sharp. Who goes there? Seeing someone approaching, someone immediately stepped forward to interrogate. The Ji family's 5th miss is back. Why aren't you moving out of the way? Lil Wan pretended to be calm as she scolded the interrogators. 5th Mississippi. The interrogators seemed to have heard of the 5th young lady before. Although they had never seen her before, all the direct bloodline relatives would be returning for the upcoming Ji family competition. Thus, they looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. Du Xiaofu said to Ji Jian at an inappropriate time, Miss, let's go in. This is our home. Let's go in. Ji Jian gently led the way and directly entered the Ji residence. Outside the main entrance, the interrogator's expression changed slightly. He gestured to one of his subordinates and said, Quickly inform Madam that the 5th miss is back. The interior of the Ji residence was luxurious but stylish. Hidden by green trees, courtyards crisscrossed, lofty pavilions, tall pine trees brushed the eaves, and jade railings surrounded the walls. Not bad. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. However, he wasn't too surprised. The current Du family wasn't inferior to the Ji family, especially Meng like I. He was an expert in this field and had built the Du family and the imperial palace to be breathtaking. In the Ji residence, the accompanying servants and clansmen saw Ji Jian and the others. However, no one recognized them and no one came forward to ask questions. They only looked at them curiously. Perhaps some of them had some impression of them. Everything hasn't changed much. Ji Jian sized up the Ji residence. It wasn't much different from her childhood memories. "Fifth Miss, are you the fifth Miss?" Finally, a few elderly servants came forward and looked at Ji Jian excitedly. "Uncle Ming, aren't you?" Ji Jian still remembered them and immediately nodded and greeted them with a smile. "It's the fifth Miss. Fifth Miss is really back." The servants were excited. A woman with tears in her eyes said, "Fifth Miss, you've suffered. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back." A moment later, in a side courtyard of the Ji residence. It was a decently sized old residence with its back facing the foot of a mountain. Behind the residence was a barren mountain. In the middle of the courtyard was an abandoned well covered with duckweed. Overall, this old residence could be considered exquisite and elegant. It was simple and elegant, revealing a kind of rustic simplicity. The exterior of the residence looked quite clean, but from a distance, the interior seemed to be covered in dust. No one had lived here for a long time. "Big brother Dabai, this is where I lived when I was young. Let's live here," Ji Jian said to Du Xiaofu. "It's quiet." Du Xiaofu smiled and looked at the barren mountain behind the old residence. He couldn't help but take a few more glances. "That's an ominous place in the Ji residence. Normally, no one would go near it." Following Du Xiaofu's gaze, Ji Jian said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu was about to speak when he suddenly raised his head and looked outside the old residence. "Oh, so it really is the fifth Mississippi. She's not bad looking. It's true that a girl changes 18 times between childhood and womanhood." As Ji Jian's voice fell, two maidservants walked in from outside the old residence. The two maidservants were about 24 or 25 years old. They were also dressed in long, palace dresses with low necklines. Their breasts were high, and they squeezed out deep, jade-white cleavage as if they were trying to break free. The two maidservants couldn't be considered beautiful, but there was always a hint of charm in their eyes. In addition, the towering, jade-white cleavage in front of them could be clearly seen. They were enough to attract the attention of ordinary men. One of the maidservants had her hair in a bun, while the other had her hair tied up behind her back. When they saw Ji Jian's delicate and beautiful appearance, their expressions changed. Jealousy flashed in their eyes, followed by coldness. "This is too dirty. It's not a place for humans to live." The two maidservants walked into the old residence and waved their hands to sweep the air in front of them. Their faces were full of disdain and arrogance. "Do you have any business with me?" Lil Wan looked at the two maidservants with a serious expression. She had been with the third miss since she was young, so she naturally recognized the two maidservants. They were the personal maidservants of the third miss and the fourth Mississippi. They had bullied her and the third miss since they were young. "Little girl, you've grown up. You look pretty good. However, I'm talking to your Mississippi. It's not your place to interrupt." The maidservant with the bun gloomily glared at Lil Wan and sinisterly said, "Next time, don't blame me for being rude." Lil Wan bit her lip and looked at the maidservant who spoke. "You're just a maidservant. Your status is not higher than mine. Damned girl, you're courting death." As soon as Lil Wan finished speaking, the maidservant immediately shouted in a gloomy voice. Her eyes were filled with coldness. She stomped her foot on the ground and her figure seemed to turn into an afterimage as she slammed her palm towards Lil Wan. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lil Wan shouted. Her eyes were fearless. Profound energy surged out and runes flickered. She was no longer the same as when she was young. She raised her hand to meet the attack. Bang! A low muffled sound of energy immediately rang out from the place where the two maidservants collided. An extremely shocking impact swept out and swept the surrounding dust and sand away like a storm. Stomp, stomp! The maidservant with the bun staggered back a few steps. Her face was slightly pale. Stomp! Lil Wan only staggered back a step before stabilizing her body. Her eyes were filled with a bright light. This change caused the maidservant who did not attack to have a drastic change in expression. It was as if she did not expect Lil Wan's strength to have reached such a level. Lowly maidservant, you actually dare to attack me. Do you really think that someone will protect you just because you're with that bastard fifth miss? There wasn't anyone in the past, and there definitely won't be anyone now. After being forced back in one move, the maidservant with the bun was slightly stunned. The coldness in her eyes became even more intense. A dagger that had reached the level of a practitioner weapon was covered in runes. A dense chill permeated the air as it pierced towards Lil Wan. With her status as a servant, and not even a first-rate faction in the same continent as the Ji family, she actually had a practitioner weapon in her hands. Although it was only a beginner-level practitioner weapon, it meant that this maidservant was highly regarded by her master. Chi! The maidservant's attack was swift and fierce. Her figure turned into a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived in front of Lil Wan. She clearly intended to kill her without mercy. Lil Wan gritted her teeth and was about to defend herself. Slap! Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap was heard. Slap, 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 slap. As soon as the crisp sound of a slap was heard, a series of slapping sounds were heard like firecrackers. Under the stupefied gazes of Lil Wan, Jijian, and the other maidservant, the practitioner weapon in the maidservant's hand that had just attacked Lil Wan fell to the ground. A man's palms were landing on her cheeks. Her face was red and swollen, and blood flowed from her mouth. Lowly maidservant, how dare you be so impudent in front of the fifth miss? Du Xiaofu's final slap caused the maidservant to spit out a mouthful of blood and teeth. Her body was directly sent flying. Finally, she fell heavily to the ground and could not even scream. Chapter 1144. This scene stunned the remaining servant girl and Xiao Wan. It took them a few breaths to regain their senses. Pfft. The servant girl who had been slapped struggled to her feet. After being slapped by Du Xiaofu more than 10 times, her cheeks were red and swollen, blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. A few teeth had fallen out, and her hair was disheveled. She looked extremely miserable, but her injuries were not serious. At most, they were just superficial wounds. The woman who had been slapped struggled to her feet, and when she looked at Du Xiaofu again, her gaze tightened. It was impossible to tell if it was hatred, fear, or anger, but it was definitely fear, a deep fear. In fact, she was so scared that she had lost her mind. As a servant, you dared to hit the 5th Mississippi. This is only a punishment. If you dare to disrespect the 5th Miss in the future, will you kill them directly? Du Xiaofu stood with his hands behind his back. His gaze swept coldly across the 2 servant girls. His voice was cold and penetrating. With Du Xiaofu's current aura, even though he had not released his cultivation, the invisible domineering and intimidating aura of a superior was something that even those martial-honored realm prodigies would find difficult to remain indifferent to, let alone these 2 servant girls. Instantly, their bodies trembled and their legs went soft. They fell to the ground, paralyzed. There was an inexplicable and terrifying fear that climbed out from their souls. Speak! Why did your master send you here? Du Xiaofu asked coldly. These 2 servant girls must have come because the news of Ji Jian's return had spread throughout the Ji family. The master behind this must have done something. Hearing Du Xiaofu's question, the servant girl who had been slapped had blood dripping from the corners of her mouth. She could not speak at all. The servant girl who had not been slapped did not dare to be arrogant anymore. Her eyes flashed with fear as she said in a trembling voice. The direct bloodline of the family is currently in the main hall discussing the matters of this year's family competition. We heard that the bitch Wu, the 5th Miss, has returned, so Madam sent us to inform the 5th Miss to make a trip to the main hall. You can scram now, Du Xiaofu said calmly. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished speaking, the maidservant who had not been slapped supported the woman who had been slapped and immediately left while trembling. She did not dare to stay any longer. Right now, she only wanted to leave this place. The aura of that young man was too terrifying. It was as if they were facing the king of hell. As he watched the two maidservants leave, Du Xiaofu's expression relaxed, and he immediately resumed his harmless smile. His eyes were clear and bright, and there was no smile on his face. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint smile, and he turned around to face Jijian and Xiaowan, who were still in a daze, and said, "They've left." "Phew!" Jijian took a deep breath. Her chest rose and fell slightly, and her curves rippled beautifully. Then, she looked at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes flickered with a strange fluctuation. She had also felt that domineering aura just now. "They want you to go to the main hall. What do you think?" Du Xiaofu asked Jijian with a smile, as if the matter of the female maidservant who had been slapping wildly without mercy had nothing to do with him. "I'll go. Since it's coming, I can't avoid it." Jijian's eyes moved, and her heart trembled slightly. Her emotions were complex, and her red lips parted slightly. "Someone doesn't want me to come back. Since I've already come back, I have to show myself sooner or later. I'll go with you." Du Xiaofu nodded, and there was still a slight smile on his face. "Dabai, you slapped that just now? You're so strong?" Xiaowan came to her senses at this moment, and her eyes widened as she stared at Du Xiaofu. It was as if she had seen a ghost. She had never thought that Dabai's strength would be so much stronger than hers. "She was disrespectful to the fifth miss and dared to bully you. I would definitely slap her." Du Xiaofu smiled. Although it was shameful to slap a weak woman, that maidservant was an exception. "That's more like it." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Xiaowan felt extremely pleased and immediately smiled. Those two maidservants were the personal maidservants of the third Miss and the fourth Mississippi. They had bullied her and the fifth Miss since they were young. Now that her anger had been vented, she was in a great mood. However, Xiaowan's expression became serious again, and she said to Du Xiaofu with some concern, "Those two are the personal maidservants of the third Miss and the fourth Mississippi. You've slapped them, and I'm afraid you've caused trouble. The third Miss and the fourth Miss will definitely use this as an excuse to make a fuss. Not only will they not let you off, but they will also wantonly make things difficult for the fifth Mississippi. They definitely won't let this matter go so easily. Don't worry, I'll protect you." Du Xiaofu patted his chest and smiled. "You're stronger than me, but you're not strong enough to deal with those two bitches. The third Miss and the fourth Miss are definitely very strong, and the Ji family is full of powerful cultivators." Xiaowan rolled her eyes at Du Xiaofu, but her attitude towards Du Xiaofu was much better. She said, "We have to think of a way. Let's go to the main hall first. At least I'm still the fifth Miss of the Ji family. They shouldn't be able to cover the sky with one hand in the Ji family. Otherwise, I'm afraid they wouldn't have informed me to come back," Jijian said. The Ji family was vast and extended in all directions. It was imposing and magnificent. Although they didn't fly along the way, the three of them slightly activated their xianqi. It took them almost an hour to reach the main hall of the Ji family. The main hall was majestic and towered over Tianchuan City. There were many patterns engraved on the walls, and it was clearly an extraordinary talisman matrix. It was surrounded by gold-plated pillars, and there were vivid and lifelike images of ferocious strange beasts. The three of them entered the main hall of the Ji family. Inside, it was a dazzling sight. The flashing pillars emitted a faint light, which reflected off the splendor of the main hall. It reflected the faces and silhouettes of countless people in the main hall. Du Xiaofu entered the main hall and swept his gaze across it. At this moment, there were hundreds of people in the main hall. Only a few dozen people were sitting at the head of the table, while the rest were standing respectfully on both sides. As Jijian, Du Xiaofu, and Xiaowan entered, the gazes of the people in the main hall immediately fell on the three of them. Their gazes were complicated. Many of them curiously looked at Du Xiaofu. They didn't know why, but many of them looked at him with a hint of schadenfreude and pity. Du Xiaofu followed Jijian into the main hall without the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. He swept his gaze across the young men and women in the main hall. Many of them had a faint arrogance on their faces, but the invisible aura they emitted was not weak. However, if they wanted to compare with the direct disciples of the Central Province's one valley, 2 religions, and 3 sects and 3 factions, it was still not enough. The Ji family should be considered a first-rate power, Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. From now on, he could roughly estimate the Ji family's overall strength based on the cultivation of the younger generation of the Shi family. Ji Jian, you've got guts. Qiu Lan kindly invited you to the main hall to participate in the family meeting, but you actually dared to hurt my people. Just as Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the surroundings, an extremely ear-piercing voice suddenly rang out from the main hall. Then, a beautiful figure rushed out and directly pounced on Ji Jian. A palm print was raised, and a fierce aura was immediately released in the main hall. Ji Jian entered the main hall. Although she was a little absent-minded, she had already made all kinds of plans. Seeing the palm strike coming at her, she immediately raised her delicate hand to meet it. The 2 palms collided with each other like lightning, and a low muffled sound immediately exploded in the hall. Bang! Under the low muffled sound, rune energy swept out from the place where the 2 palms collided. The powerful energy swept through the main hall, and the sound waves reverberated. The aura caused the main hall to tremble. In the main hall, runes began to flicker on the beams and pillars, devouring the shattered rune energy in the main hall. The main hall was reinforced with rune arrays, and there were rune arrays. Dang dang! The 2 of them raised their palms to meet the attack. In the midst of the shockwave, Ji Jian's delicate body staggered back a few steps before stabilizing her body. Her face was slightly pale. At this moment, the other figure also took a step back and retreated. Du Xiaofu followed the gaze and frowned slightly. It was a woman in her late 20s, and she wore a gorgeous long dress. This woman's appearance was considered beautiful, and her figure was extremely hot. The curves of her body were graceful, and there was a hint of charm in her eyes. Many youths around her looked at her as if they were protecting her. This gorgeous woman's strength was considered passable. She had just reached the martial emperor stage, and was higher than Ji Jian. Her talent was also considered outstanding. Chapter 1145. Ji Jian looked at the gorgeous woman. Her delicate face was slightly pale. She gritted her teeth and did not speak immediately. A peak 6-star perfected talisman master. She doesn't have many resources to nurture her, but her talent is not bad. In the grand hall, many people were whispering to each other. Some of them were looking at Ji Jian with surprise and shock. Humph, you dared to retaliate against me the moment you return. You've become wild in that small place, haven't you? Indeed, a small place has no upbringing. Let me teach you a good lesson today. The gorgeous woman sneered coldly. Her celestial chi surged, creating an extremely powerful aura. She was about to attack Ji Jian. Ji Jian had blocked her palm just now. At this moment, the gorgeous woman had clearly increased her strength and aura. She wanted to teach Ji Jian a good lesson. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. Ji Jian lifted her bright eyes. She could feel the arrogance of the gorgeous woman. Her pale face was tinged with redness from her coldness and harshness. Her hands trembled in her sleeves, but she seemed to have gotten used to it. Her breath surged as she prepared to defend herself. All of you stop. This is the Ji family's main hall. What do you think this is? A drill ground? Almost at the same time, a soft shout was heard. The voice was dignified, causing the main hall to tremble slightly. The peak of the perfected martial emperor realm. Du Xiaofu followed the voice and saw an old man in his 60s sitting closest to the seat of honor in the main hall. He had a dignified aura and commanded respect. Hearing this old man's words, many people in the main hall trembled slightly. They did not dare to speak, showing that this old man's status and seniority in the Ji family was not low. Rosie, leave. This is the main hall. How can you be so unruly and unruly? Following the dignified old man's words, a woman's voice sounded from the seat of honor in the main hall. Her voice was calm, and no fluctuations could be heard. However, Everyone could tell that it was clearly the gorgeous woman who had made the first move, but the woman's words were secretly mocking Ji Jian for not knowing proper etiquette. The one who spoke was a middle-aged woman sitting at the head of the hall. She looked to be in her 40s and was dressed in a light-colored long dress. She looked somewhat similar to the woman who had just attacked, but there was a hint of dignity in her expression. She glanced at Ji Jian with disdain and disgust. Finally, she sat down calmly and did not say anything. "Greetings, Auntie." "Greetings, third granduncle." "Greetings, elders." Ji Jian took a deep breath and bowed slightly towards the woman in her 40s and the dignified old man, as well as the many Ji family elders seated at the head of the hall. The woman in her 40s glanced at Ji Jian and coldly snorted in response. Everyone could feel the coldness in her voice. Many elderly women in the main hall nodded at Ji Jian with smiles in their eyes. However, half of them secretly glanced at the middle-aged woman at the head of the table. Seeing the middle-aged woman's indifference, they also ignored Ji Jian, as if they were following the middle-aged woman's lead. "Little girl, it's good that you're back. Did you just arrive? How have you been all these years?" The dignified old man nodded slightly towards Ji Jian, his eyes filled with kindness. The old man was the Ji family's third granduncle, Ji Sihai. He was a renowned expert and one of the most senior members of the Ji family. His status in the Ji family was even higher than that of the family head. Replying to third granduncle, Jian has just arrived home. Thank you for your concern. Jian has been well all these years. Ji Jian bowed gently and politely. That's good, that's good. You've come back at the right time. Prepare for tomorrow's family competition. All members of the Ji family bloodline are eligible to participate. Seeing Ji Jian's gentleness and politeness, the old man's eyes flashed with a satisfied smile. Third granduncle, Ji Jian has been arrogant and despotic ever since she returned. She allowed her servants to injure my maidservants. Third granduncle and mother, please uphold justice for me and punish her severely. The gorgeous woman who had just slapped Ji Jian stepped forward and spoke to Ji Sihai and the woman at the head of the table. Her gaze was cold as she stared at Ji Jian. Injuring her maidservants was equivalent to slapping her in the face. How could she let them off so easily? At this moment, the maidservant who had been slapped by Du Xiaofu stood behind the gorgeous woman. Her fearful gaze turned into resentment and viciousness as she stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. Hearing this, many people in the main hall were secretly moved, but not many were surprised. When they saw the two maidservants rushing into the main hall to add fuel to the fire, they already knew what was about to happen. Swish, swish. Many gazes fell on Du Xiaofu's body, sizing him up curiously. There were even many auras that secretly peeked at Du Xiaofu, as if they wanted to know Du Xiaofu's cultivation. Du Xiaofu's expression did not change at all. When he entered the main hall, he saw the two maidservants who had retreated to the back. At this moment, he glanced at them indifferently, and did not pay them any attention. "Jian, what's going on?" Ji Jian frowned slightly. His gaze swept across the main hall as he asked Ji Jian. Third, just as Ji Jian was about to speak, Du Xiaofu interrupted Ji Jian. He took a step forward and swept his gaze across the main hall. Finally, he said to the old man, "That maidservant was disrespectful to 5th Mississippi. Not only did she insult 5th Miss, but she also wanted to attack 5th Mississippi. That's why I stepped in to punish her. Insolent servant, who are you to speak here? You don't know the rules. You're courting death." Hearing this, the gorgeous woman shouted. She glared at Du Xiaofu coldly and her profound chi surged. She did not care about a servant at all. Her killing intent flashed, and she was about to attack. It was the servant who dared to touch her maidservant. She naturally wanted to make him pay 10 times over. She would not be happy if she did not kill him. Ji Jian heard this and her delicate face changed slightly. She was worried about Du Xiaofu and seemed to want to defend Du Xiaofu. Like master, like servant. There are so many elders of the Ji family here. Do you think the elders of the Ji family are decorations? You have no respect for your elders, no respect for your elders, no respect for your elders, and no respect for your elders. Du Xiaofu once again blocked Ji Jian without leaving a trace. He signaled with his eyes and then glanced indifferently at the gorgeous woman. As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the gazes of the entire hall rippled. In the end, their gazes all landed on Du Xiaofu and the gorgeous woman. Their expressions were complicated, surprised, and puzzled. For the members of the Ji family, a servant acting in such a manner in the Ji family's main hall could not help but arouse suspicion. Ji Sihai's gaze was fixed on Du Xiaofu. His eyes also rippled on his aged face. The expressions of many of the elders of the Ji family became even more complicated. The young ladies and young masters of the Ji family had never taken them seriously. When they heard these words, their hearts were naturally filled with complicated emotions. Insolent servant, you! The gorgeous woman was also taken aback. Then, her expression became increasingly gloomy and cold. She did not conceal her murderous intent and was about to attack Du Xiaofu. Impudent, step down. Third granduncle and the elders are here. They will uphold justice for you. The woman on the seat of honor shouted and stopped the gorgeous woman. The gorgeous woman was Ji Rosie, Ji Jian's third elder sister. Du Xiaofu's servant girl was her personal maid. Hearing the woman's words, Ji Rosie stepped down resentfully. Her beautiful face was still cold. You hurt someone in the Ji family? The middle-aged woman's gaze finally landed on Du Xiaofu. There was not much fluctuation in her eyes, but at this moment, everyone could feel the faint coldness in them. I didn't hurt anyone. Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked directly at the middle-aged woman. Her appearance was not bad. She was a middle-aged woman but still had her charm. Her aura did not leak out. However, it was impossible for her cultivation of the perfected martial emperor realm to escape Du Xiaofu's prying eyes. There are witnesses and facts. How are you going to quibble? The woman was cold. She did not know why, but when she looked directly at her, she felt a chill in her heart. She could not help but tremble. Chapter 1146. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. I only taught that servant girl a lesson. If I wanted to hurt her, would she still be able to complain? Du Xiaofu looked straight at the middle-aged woman and asked calmly. Is this the servant that Jian brought back? He has some guts. This servant's mouth is also sharp, but his guts are too big. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many members of the Ji family laughed inwardly, but at the same time, they were worried about Du Xiaofu. The middle-aged woman also did not expect that a servant would dare to speak to her in such a manner. Her expression involuntarily froze for a moment, and then her face twitched slightly. She looked straight at Du Xiaofu and said darkly, Sharp tongue, what guts? Du Xiaofu completely ignored the middle-aged woman's words and continued to speak calmly. Why is no one asking me why I taught that servant girl a lesson? Why don't you tell us why you taught that servant girl a lesson? Ji Sihai asked, looking at Du Xiaofu with a meaningful gaze. That servant girl said that the fifth miss is a bastard. The Ji family's fifth miss also has the Ji family's blood flowing in her veins. The entire Tianchuan city knows that our miss is the Ji family's fifth Mississippi. If the Ji family's fifth miss is a bastard, then everyone in the Ji family is a bastard. If these words were to spread, the Ji family would become a joke to outsiders. Du Xiaofu said softly. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the servant girl behind Ji Rosie, who had been slapped by Du Xiaofu, immediately turned even uglier with her swollen face. Ji Rosie's expression also trembled. She had heard the servant girl's words many times since she was young, and did not think much of it. In fact, these words were even said by the few of them. But now that the servant had said it, even the entire Ji family was implicated. This was different. In the Ji family's main hall, the expressions of all the members of the Ji family secretly changed. When Ji Jian was young, Ji Rosie, Ji Rahuang, and the others had scolded her. The Ji family had also heard of this. But now that a servant had said this, everyone from the Ji clan felt as if they had been slapped in the face. Many people in the hall looked at the servant girl who had been slapped behind Ji Rosie with displeasure and anger. That servant girl relied on Ji Rosie to bully others in the Ji clan. She didn't even care about some of the G-Clan members. The G-Clan members knew about this, but they didn't dare to do anything because they were afraid of Ji-Ra-Z. However, at this moment, the anger in their hearts was ignited. Ji Jian didn't say anything. She stood quietly beside Du Xiaofu. Lil Wan was even more speechless at this moment. Under the pressure of many invisible auras in the hall, her body was trembling slightly, and she was unable to speak at all. "Insolent maidservant, did you say that?" Ji Si Hai was furious and shouted at the servant girl who was slapped. His voice echoed and shook the entire hall. Hearing Ji Si Hai's shout, the servant girl's body went limp. She was so frightened that she didn't dare to speak. Naturally, she couldn't deny this. "Qiulan, how dare you hit her like a dungeon? I'll settle this with you after the clan meeting competition." The woman shouted at the servant girl behind Ji-Rosie. Although Ji-Rosie's face was gloomy and ugly, she didn't say anything. However, her expression showed that she didn't care. Her mother seemed to be punishing Qiulan, but Ji-Rosie wasn't worried. She couldn't protect Qiulan in front of all the G-Clan members, but Qiulan would be fine in a few days. After the woman finished speaking, she looked at Du Xiaofu. Coldness flashed in her eyes. She said in a low voice, "Qiulan is guilty and should be punished severely. However, as a servant, you dared to hit someone in the G-Clan. You must also be punished. First, throw him into the dungeon. Guards, put him in the dungeon. If he dares to resist, kill him without mercy." "Yes, mother." Immediately, Ji-Rosie sneered and was about to step forward to deal with Du Xiaofu. "Auntie, my servant didn't do anything wrong. He was only helping me to protect my reputation and the reputation of the G-Clan." Ji Jian gritted her teeth and stepped forward to speak to the woman. She secretly signaled to Du Xiaofu to step back and not provoke the woman. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a good ending. That auntie was obviously targeting him. Many people in the grand hall had complicated looks on their faces. Everyone could understand the meaning behind the middle-aged woman's words. It seemed like she wanted to punish both of them, but in reality, everyone in the G-Clan was clear about her intentions. "Jian, the G-Clan has its own rules. A servant who dares to hit someone in private should be punished severely. Your father asked me to temporarily help with the G-Clan's affairs. Naturally, I have to follow the rules. If not, how can I convince the masses?" The middle-aged woman glanced at Ji Jian. That servant was so daring that it made her heart tremble. The clan meeting this time was of the utmost importance. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, they couldn't allow any hidden dangers to exist. Naturally, this servant couldn't be allowed to stay. "Haha." Du Xiaofu laughed indifferently. His laughter reverberated in the grand hall. Although his voice wasn't loud, it caused people's ears to tremble slightly. Hearing Du Xiaofu's laughter, everyone in the grand hall was puzzled. It was as if no one had expected that at this time, the servant would not only be calm, but also laugh. The G-Clan really has great rules. However, I am not a servant of the G-Clan. The G-Clan's rules are useless to me. I came here with the young miss as a representative of the U-Clan. Although the U-Clan is only a small clan, it is still the G-Clan's in-laws. If a servant of the G-Clan dares to insult the young miss, the U-Clan can't even teach her a lesson. Could it be that the U-Clan is inferior to the servants of the G-Clan? Although the young miss's mother is no longer around, there are still people who want to cover the sky with one hand. Du Xiaofu glanced around the grand hall, then turned to Ji Jian and said, "Young miss, let's go back. If the G-Clan can't tolerate you in the competition tomorrow, we will leave. The G-Clan has already been covered with one hand, so there is no need to stay." Ji Jian nodded, then bowed to the old man and said, "Third uncle, Yanran will take her leave first." Then, Ji Yanran nodded to Du Xiaofu and walked out of the grand hall. Du Xiaofu turned around and glanced at a young man in luxurious clothes who was sitting not far from the woman at the head of the table. Then he left. Xiaowan froze for a moment, then immediately followed, her delicate face pale. "What a bold servant!" The woman in the grand hall glared at Du Xiaofu, her delicate face trembling with anger. "Fei Ying, the G clan should be polite. Prepare for tomorrow's competition. G.C. High interrupted the woman, then stood up, flicked his sleeves, and strode away. Swoosh, swoosh. In the grand hall, the burly man who did not accept the G clan elder stood up and left with G.C. High. The middle-aged woman's face twitched, and her eyes flashed with coldness. Interesting. Seeing Ji Jian and Du Xiaofu's silhouettes far away from the main hall, a man in luxurious robes sat upright on the seat of honor, revealing a faint smile. This young man was about 27 or 28 years old, and could be considered quite handsome. His long black hair was combed into a bun, and some of it fell to his ears. But his eyes revealed a charm that only a woman could have. Big White, you are really amazing! A moment later, in the grand hall of the Ji residence, Xiaowan looked at Du Xiaofu with a face full of surprise and shock. The man in front of her in the grand hall was so powerful that he left with the young Mississippi. At this moment, Xiaowan felt very refreshed. Big White, thank you. Ji Jian stared at Du Xiaofu as a smile appeared on her face. Prepare for tomorrow's grand competition. Du Xiaofu smiled. I don't care about the grand competition. I returned to the Ji residence to find the mastermind behind Uncle Lan's death. Ji Jian said. She had never cared about the Ji clan's grand competition and had never thought much about it. Don't worry, you have returned to the Ji residence. That person will not be able to sit still and will show up sooner or later, Du Xiaofu said. Fifth young Mississippi. An old voice came from outside the grand hall. Ji Jian walked out, and then a voice came. Uncle Ming, Auntie Ming, why are you here? Fifth young miss, I brought someone to clean up the house for you. This house has not been cleaned in a long time. It can only be lived in after it is cleaned. Thank you, Uncle Ming and Auntie Ming. The grand hall had been empty for a long time, and it was covered in dust. With the Ji residence's old servants cleaning, the grand hall looked brand new when dusk fell. Although the old man was simple, there was a charm to him. At night the moonlight was like a clear liquid, soaking the mountains and rivers. The moon shrouded the sky, and it was as peaceful as heaven. In the room, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged. A ray of moonlight shone in from outside the window, as if it was shrouding him, and he was being scrutinized by the moonlight. Under the moonlight, it seemed to be able to calm one's soul. It seems that the Ji residence is quite complicated. Something should happen during the grand competition tomorrow. After I have settled Ji Jian, I will go look for little Xingxing. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. Then, he formed a hand seal. The injuries on his body had not fully recovered, and he needed to continue recuperating. After a while, Du Xiaofu's body began to emit a golden brilliance. Not long after, his whole body was shrouded in a golden halo, and his breathing was long and even. At night, the mountains nestled together under the hazy moonlight, as if they were sleeping peacefully. In the mountain range, the canopy of the trees was like an umbrella, like clouds, like a splash of ink painting in the dark night. Chapter 1147. Translator, H2DH2 Mister in the mountain range, behind a towering tree, the moonlight shone through the canopy. The shadow of the tree rippled like a ghost. That little bastard actually came back. How did that trash phantasm emperor do his job? Under the tree, a woman's face was gloomy and filled with anger. This woman was the middle-aged woman in the Ji clan's great hall during the day, the matriarch of the Ji clan, Fei Ying. At this moment, she appeared in the mountain range in the middle of the night. It's just a little bastard. Cousin, why are you so angry? Just find an opportunity to kill that little bastard some other day. No one will know. A middle-aged man appeared behind Fei Ying and gently hugged her waist from behind. The middle-aged man looked to be in his 40s. He was thin and slender, and wore a luxurious robe. His facial features were handsome, and he must have been a handsome man when he was young. Fei Ying's eyes were cold and sharp under the moonlight. She said gloomily, I will not allow that little bastard to ruin things, and I will not let that little bastard live in this world. Tomorrow is the Ji clan's grand competition, and that old man Ji Si Hai is still stubborn. I am afraid that he has placed all his hopes on that little bastard. I want to be absolutely sure, so I will not touch that little bastard too openly. However, this time, only that little bastard and 2 servants came back. The Phantasm Emperor's whereabouts are unknown, and one of the servants is very suspicious. He must be eliminated. This is a small matter. It's just a servant. Cousin, why would you take it to heart? The handsome middle-aged man's eyes were slightly moist. His hands began to gently move up and down Fei Ying's waist. It was obvious that he was an expert at flirting. That servant is not ordinary. Very unusual, Fei Ying said in a low voice. Thinking of the servant's gaze and the invisible aura on him in the Ji clan's great hall during the day, she still felt an inexplicable tremor in her heart. In that case, I will go to the Ji clan in a while and secretly get rid of that servant. I guarantee that no one will know. The oldest man in the Ji clan has been in seclusion for many years. Although the other old man is not weak, it will be difficult for him to discover me. The handsome middle-aged man said softly, and gently blew into Fei Ying's ear. Then, he gently bit Fei Ying's earlobe. Fei Ying gasped. She was a little sensitive and couldn't help but twist her body. She closed her eyes slightly and leaned against the handsome middle-aged man behind her. Cousin, I miss you so much, the handsome middle-aged man said softly. His hands moved down and pecked Fei Ying's earlobes a few times before impatiently taking off her clothes. Under the mottled moonlight, a pair of warm, white rabbit-like objects jumped out in front of the woman. The middle-aged man hugged Fei Ying from the front and plunged his head down, sucking on her white cleavage. Fei Ying couldn't help but cry out in joy. She hugged the man in front of her tightly and pressed herself against him. I can't take it anymore. Come quickly. Not long after, Fei Ying anxiously shouted to the handsome middle-aged man. My dear cousin, what is it that you can't stand? Tell me. The handsome middle-aged man smiled evilly. His hands moved up and down, teasing Fei Ying until her face turned red. Cousin, you're so annoying. Don't you know? It's itchy, Fei Ying shouted softly. She bit her lips and stared straight at the handsome middle-aged man, as if she wanted to swallow him whole. All right, cousin will help you stop the itch. The handsome middle-aged man smiled evilly. He leaned Fei Ying against a big tree and lifted her leg to his waist. With a light kick, he stood parallel to her and straightened his body. Cousin is so powerful today. Fei Ying trembled and immediately straightened her body to welcome him. That place was already soaked, and when they collided, it made a paw-paw sound. She couldn't help but cry out in a trembling voice. That cry made the handsome middle-aged man even more aroused. He continued to violently collide with her. Ren Fei Ying leaned against the big tree and moved up and down like a surging wave. After a while, Fei Ying was already gasping for breath. She hugged the handsome middle-aged man tightly and shouted loudly with a frown. Cousin, I'm here. I can't take it anymore. Hearing Fei Ying's words, the handsome middle-aged man seemed to be stimulated. His lips twitched, and his eyes rolled back as if they were twitching. Cousin, I'm here too. The handsome middle-aged man suddenly shouted and grabbed Fei Ying tightly with both hands. He took advantage of the situation and went straight for Fei Ying's heart. He felt as if a cluster of soft stamens were jumping and entangling him. Then, like a flood, he fell. Night, Ji family. If that's the case, that servant is quite interesting. In the courtyard, a young man of 26 or 27 years old stood in front of the courtyard. He was young, but he was wearing a dragon robe. There was a faint dragon aura around him, and his eyes were faintly glowing with a golden light. He had an extraordinary aura. Big brother, that servant has guts. He even dared to hit third sister's people. I heard from Xia He that the servant is not ordinary. And Ji Jian, I'm afraid she came back this time with a plan. A yellow-clothed woman looked at the young man in the dragon robe and frowned. She was also in the main hall during the day. He's just a servant. He can't cause any big waves. As for Ji Jian, she's only a perfected 6-star talisman master. Her talent is not bad, but in the competition tomorrow, she's still far from enough. She won't be able to affect anything. You have to pay attention to second sister. The young man in the dragon robe's eyes flickered. His face was clearly defined under the night sky. Mother has always doted on second sister the most. She also intends to make second sister the next head of the G family. I really don't know what mother is thinking. You're the eldest brother, the eldest son of the G family, the yellow-clothed woman said. The man in the dragon robe didn't say anything. He looked at the bright moon in the sky, and the golden light in his eyes fluctuated slowly. Whoosh! Night, G family. A figure silently passed through the corridor and courtyard and appeared in front of the G family's old mansion. The figure landed. It was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was thin and slender, wearing a luxurious robe, and had handsome facial features. His mind released slightly. Then, the middle-aged man's eyes flickered and he disappeared from the old mansion. Gee! When the middle-aged man appeared again, he was already in a room in the old mansion. Looking at the empty room, his eyes suddenly trembled. He asked doubtfully, "Where is he?" "He's here." A faint voice came from behind the middle-aged man's ear. The faint voice made the middle-aged man tremble. He immediately turned around, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. His aura surged, almost freezing the void. As he turned around, he waved his hand and clawed at the space behind him. "You've just reached the martial honorable realm. You're not weak." The voice was still as calm as water. Just as the middle-aged man made his move, a hazy light spread out, and the space in the entire room froze. Crash! A spatial ripple appeared, and like a spatial hole, it shrouded the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's body was suddenly imprisoned. His profound energy stagnated, and his eyes were filled with shock. In the next moment, he was enveloped in a hazy light. After a few breaths, the imprisonment on the middle-aged man's body disappeared. His profound energy recovered, and he appeared in a misty space. "Tell me, who sent you? The Phantasm Emperor should be one of your men, right?" As the faint voice fell, a young man appeared in front of the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's eyes were alert as he stared at the young man who suddenly appeared. Although the young man was dressed as a servant, the invisible aura he exuded made the middle-aged man's heart tremble. In particular, the young man's seemingly clear eyes were as calm as an ancient well. However, when the middle-aged man looked at him, his primordial spirit in his Niwen palace trembled for no reason. "Who are you? You don't have to play tricks. I'm an elder of the Hahuan school. With your strength, I'm sure you're not a servant. You must have come to the G family to ask for something. Tell me, and we might be able to cooperate." The middle-aged man looked at the young man in front of him and probed his aura. His expression became more alert. The other party was young, but he was so unfathomable. "Hahuan school." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. Old Ghost Cain, who he killed outside Tianhuang City in the Tianhuang continent, was also from the Hahuan school. "That's right, I'm an elder of the Hahuan school." The middle-aged man's eyes moved. Although the Hahuan school was not the top force in Xiang province, it was definitely at the peak of the first-rate forces. Even the first-rate forces would not dare to touch the Hahuan school. Chapter 1148. Translator, H2DH2. Mr. Du Xiaofu said softly. He definitely did not have a good impression of the Hahuan school. "Brat, don't think that you can scare people with your tricks. Prepare to die." The handsome middle-aged man suddenly attacked. At his age, could it be that his strength was heaven-defying? He had just become a revered martial artist. Boom! The profound chi in the middle-aged man's body suddenly surged like a storm. At lightning speed, a claw mark distorted space like lightning and suddenly appeared in front of Du Xiaofu's throat. Crack! The claw mark landed. Just as the handsome middle-aged man expected, it directly seized Du Xiaofu's throat. His eyes revealed a hint of joy and coldness. He ruthlessly squeezed. With a crack sound, Du Xiaofu's throat broke. Then, his figure also shattered in the space. However, no blood spurted out. An afterimage. "Oh no!" The handsome middle-aged man, who had just revealed a joyful expression, suddenly turned pale with fright. The other party's speed was actually so fast that he left behind an afterimage that he could not detect at all. How could the middle-aged man know that Du Xiaofu's speed was more than 10 times faster than his? This was also the ancient desolate space. Everything was decided by Du Xiaofu. He could do whatever he wanted with just a thought. How could the middle-aged man be a match for him? Qi! When Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of the handsome middle-aged man again, a brilliant purple light spread out from the center of his palm. In an instant, it wrapped around the middle-aged man's right hand that had just reached out with his claw. Walala! A terrifyingly hot aura immediately spread out in this space. The blazing aura made one's primordial spirit tremble. It could burn space and everything. A miserable wail came out of the handsome middle-aged man's mouth. His right hand was burned alive by the purple flames. His profound chi defense was destroyed like dry weeds and rotten wood. Sizzle! The middle-aged man's right arm was wrapped in purple flames. His flesh, tendons, and bones were burned like a burning candle. Bits of flesh and blood dripped down. Who exactly are you? I am an elder of the Hehuan school. If you dare to touch me, the Hehuan school will not let you go. The miserable wail was hair-raising. The middle-aged man was howling in pain. The middle-aged man's primordial spirit, the middle-aged primordial spirit Taoist Mantis's primordial spirit Rani was Taoist. The pain was the primordial spirit. His primordial spirit and primordial spirit felt. So what if they are from the all-pleasure sect? It's not the first time I've killed someone from the all-pleasure sect. This person wanted to ambush him in the middle of the night. He clearly wanted to kill him. His enemies probably did not know that he was in the Ji clan of Shang province. Du Xiaofu was certain that this person was related to someone in the Ji clan. He was definitely here to target Ji Jian. Otherwise, he would not have been able to enter the Ji clan. Walala! As the middle-aged man's feet began to burn, his left arm was also wrapped in purple flames. Sizzle! The profound chi in the middle-aged man's body could not stop the purple flames from burning. His tendons, bones, and muscles were burning like candles. His miserable wail could not be heard by anyone in this space. Only now did the middle-aged man realize that this was not a servant. This was definitely a fiend. He was just hiding as a servant by Ji Jian's side. With such cultivation and strength, no one in the Hehuan school's younger generation could compare to him. I said stop. I was the one who sent the Phantasm Emperor. It was my cousin who sent me here. In just a moment, the handsome middle-aged man couldn't hold it anymore. He answered Du Xiaofu's question while screaming. Who's your cousin? Du Xiaofu looked up and asked the middle-aged man. Fei Ying, madam of the Ji family? The middle-aged teacher replied in agony. Du Xiaofu was not surprised to hear this. He lowered his gaze and continued to ask. I'm afraid your relationship with her is not simple. Why did she want to kill the fifth miss of the Ji family? If you tell the truth, you may live. If you dare to hide anything, then your soul will be destroyed. The cold voice made the middle-aged man, who was already suffering from the purple flames and whose primordial spirit was trembling, feel a chill. No one doubted the words of the young man in front of him. My cousin, Fei Ying, wants to control the Ji family and obtain the imperial qi of several empires. Ji Tao had an affair with another woman and gave birth to Ji Jian. Back then, Fei Ying secretly killed that woman to create the illusion that she was difficult to deal with. The middle-aged man did not dare to hide anything. He had always regarded his identity as an elder of the Hehuan school and his strength as a martial honorable. However, at this moment, they were of no use. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, Du Xiaofu's gaze became even colder. He continued to ask, Why didn't Fei Ying allow Ji Jian to return to the Ji family? The Ji family's grand competition is to choose the next family head. Fei Ying probably won't be able to benefit from it. She wants to control the Ji family? Fei Ying is afraid that Ji Jian will ruin it. Although that Ji Jian is not much of a threat, Fei Ying has always been careful. She can't allow any hidden dangers to exist. As for controlling the G family, the middle-aged man screamed. He seemed to hesitate as he spoke. If you don't speak, then die! Du Xiaofu's eyes darkened. He waved his hand and the rolling purple flames burned even brighter. Ah! I'll speak, I'll speak! The middle-aged man screamed and wailed. Although Fei Ying can't truly control the Ji family and can't become the family head, she is afraid of the old man who is in seclusion. However, she can make the second daughter of the Ji family, Ji Rahong, the next family head because the second daughter, Ji Rosie, is the daughter of Fei Ying and I. She is not Ji Tao's biological daughter. However, the Ji family does not know about this. The second daughter of the Ji family, Ji Rahong, is not the biological daughter of the family head. Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged man who was still screaming and wailing. After a while, he said coldly, If my guess is correct, the one who wants to control the Ji family is you. The one who wants the Imperial Palace's dragon chi is also you. Yes, I do want it. Although the Ji family has pledged allegiance to our Hehuan school, the Imperial Palace's dragon chi of 5 out of the 7 empires must be handed over to the Hehuan school. However, as an elder of the Hehuan school, although my position is not low, it is not my turn to obtain a treasure like the Imperial Palace's dragon chi. If I can obtain a bit of the Imperial Palace's dragon chi, my cultivation will definitely reach a higher level and I will have endless benefits in the future. The middle-aged man didn't dare to hide anything. He screamed and begged. I've already told you everything I know. Hurry up and let me go. You must trust me. Du Xiaofu waved his hand and the purple flames on the middle-aged man's body slowly disappeared. The man's miserable screams subsided and his body fell into the air. At this moment, the middle-aged man's right arm was almost completely burned. Half of his left arm and legs were also burned. He was unable to stand up. There was no blood on the middle-aged man's body, only charred black. It was a tragic sight. No wonder the next patriarch of the Ji family can only obtain the Imperial Palace's dragon chi of 2 empires. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. When he heard Ji Jian mention that the future patriarch of the Ji family could obtain the Imperial Palace's dragon chi of 2 empires, he didn't think much of it. He thought that the Imperial Palace's dragon chi of the other 5 empires were left behind by the Ji family. At this moment, Du Xiaofu realized that the Ji family was also a subordinate force of the Hehuan school. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi of the other 5 empires must be handed over to the Hehuan school. Let me go. You already know everything you want to know. I won't interfere in the Ji family's matters anymore. Let me go. The middle-aged man screamed. His eyes were filled with fear. He regretted not finding out the truth before coming to deal with this fiend. I only said that there was a possibility of sparing your life. I didn't promise that you wouldn't interfere in the Ji family's matters anymore. There's only one outcome that will make me feel at ease. Du Xiaofu looked at the middle-aged man and waved his hand. A purple-gold thunderbolt shot out. Bang! Bang! A low muffled sound rang out. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with despair. The young man in front of him wasn't someone to be trifled with. In the end, the middle-aged man didn't even have time to struggle. His body was turned into ashes by the purple-gold thunderbolt. He was reduced to ashes and his soul was scattered. The Ji family, the Hehuan school. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. Then, he disappeared from the ancient barren space. When he returned to his room, Du Xiaofu continued to sit cross-legged on the bed as though nothing had happened. Chapter 1149. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. The next day, the first rays of the morning sun were gentle and fresh. Today was a grand occasion for Tianquan City. The master of Tianquan City, the Ji family, was holding a grand competition for the younger generation. It was also the selection of the next master of the Ji family. As the first ray of sunlight shone on the vast Tianquan City, many figures appeared on the quiet streets of Tianquan City. Figures came from all directions of Tianquan City and slowly walked towards the center of Tianquan City. That was the Tianquan City Plaza, the place where every grand occasion was held, including this year's Ji Family Grand Competition. The Ji family, the master of Tianchuan City, had as many experts as there were clouds. There were also many experts among the younger generation. Today, all of the younger generation of the Ji family would be holding a motivational duel. This kind of scene naturally caused the entire Tianchuan City to explode. Even many outsiders had rushed into Tianchuan City early in the morning, hoping to witness this grand occasion. The morning breeze blew gently, and the morning sun shone brightly. The few stars in the sky slowly disappeared along with the first rays of the morning sun. Huff! In the room, Du Xiaofu withdrew his hand seal and the golden light on his body slowly disappeared. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air from his abdomen, shaking the air. He opened his eyes and a golden light suddenly surged out. A moment later, his eyes became clear again. I've almost recovered. Du Xiaofu felt everything in his body. The heavy injuries he had suffered back then were almost completely healed. Everything seemed to have returned to its peak condition. Even his martial ways seemed to have improved a little, as if there were faint signs of a breakthrough. Crack! Du Xiaofu stood up and stretched his body. The cracking sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from his body, filled with strength. Fu de bai, today is the Ji Family Grand Competition. Accompany us. Moments later, in the courtyard of the old mansion, Lil Wan said to Du Xiaofu. Looking at the resolute man before her, Lil Wan did not know when she had started to feel a deep trust in him. Okay. Du Xiaofu nodded, then said to Ji Jian. Don't worry, I'm here. You have to be more careful. If anything happens, don't stand up for me. After all, this is the Ji family. They have to be wary of me, but you're different. Ji Jian was worried about Du Xiaofu. As for the Ji family tournament, she didn't care at all. This time, she came back only for Uncle Lan, and also for the obsession in her heart that she couldn't let go of. Perhaps it was some thoughts in the bottom of her heart. Moments later, many demonic beast mounts pulled many carriages and leaped out from the Ji residence. They traversed the streets of Tianchuan City, attracting many exclamations and gazes. In a small carriage, only Ji Jian, Du Xiaofu, and Xiao Wan were seated. Through the curtains of the carriage, they looked at the densely packed figures on the streets. Xiao Wan couldn't help but click her tongue in surprise and said, There's really a lot of people on the streets, a sea of people. The Ji family is one of the great clans of Tianchuan City. The Ji family tournament is naturally lively. Du Xiaofu looked at the sea of people on the streets and smiled faintly. No matter how lively the occasion was, he had already dominated it. To Du Xiaofu, this kind of liveliness was naturally nothing to him. Then Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Jian and asked, What are the rules and restrictions of the Ji family tournament? All the younger generation of the Ji family can participate, including the collateral families of the Ji family. Because of the Ji family tournament, although the champion of each tournament will eventually become the next head of the Ji family, this is only an unwritten rule and tradition. There is no absolute certainty. Therefore, the closest relatives of the Ji family, as long as they are of the younger generation, can also participate, Ji Jian said. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. The Ji family was a great clan with many collateral families. As for the daughters of the Ji family who married outside, their children were also considered close relatives of the Ji family and had the opportunity to participate in the tournament. However, those with a different surname would not be able to win against the same generation of the Ji family unless they had a powerful backer, cultivation resources, and talent that surpassed the Ji families. You want to participate in the tournament? Du Xiaofu asked Ji Jian. Ji Jian nodded and smiled helplessly. She said, With my cultivation level, I'm afraid I can't compete. Anyway, I don't care about the Ji family tournament. Have you ever thought that if you become the next head of the Ji family, everything will be different? At that time, you won't be controlled by others. Instead of being forced to deal with it, you might as well take the initiative to attack. Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Jian and said seriously. Ji Jian's eyes moved. She looked at Du Xiaofu, and her eyes rippled. Then, she smiled faintly and said, If my strength was enough, I would definitely compete. It's a pity that I'm not strong enough. Your talent is not weak. It's a pity that you don't have enough cultivation resources. If you had enough cultivation resources, I'm afraid you would already be above all your peers in the G family. Du Xiaofu said to Ji Jian. Today's G family tournament might have some unforeseen events at the end. It's not certain that the strongest will win. If you have the chance, will you fight for it? For Uncle Lan, if there's a chance, I want to fight for it. Ji Jian heard this and nodded slightly. After she finished speaking, she forced a beautiful smile. Ji Jian was very clear that the Ji family tournament was a competition of strength. Her cultivation level was only at the great circle of 6 stars. The gap was too big. You have to understand that you want to compete, not for Uncle Lan, but for yourself. Du Xiaofu said seriously to Ji Jian. Uncle Lan is already dead. Although you must avenge him, you should do it for yourself. I am all alone in this world and have no desires. I don't care about the Ji family. Ji Jian looked at Du Xiaofu. After a long time, she pulled the curtain of the carriage and looked at the crowd outside. She sat quietly in the carriage and did not speak. For the sake of protecting everything you want to protect in the future, for the sake of those by your side so that you won't end up like Uncle Lan, you must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you protect everything by your side. You cannot let go of any opportunity to become stronger. Du Xiaofu looked seriously at Ji Jian. His voice was sharp as he said, Even if you can take revenge against the Ji family this time, what about in the future? From what I know, that Fei Ying is related to the Hehuan school. She won't let you off easily. You still have Shaowan and your maternal grandmother's family by your side. Are you willing to see them end up like Uncle Lan one day? At that time, you can only watch helplessly. When these words fell into Ji Jian's ears, her heart trembled violently. She turned to look at Du Xiaofu, her eyes lifeless. At this moment, the densely packed silhouettes outside the window and the bustling noises suddenly became nothingness in Ji Jian's perception. I don't want to. I can't let Shaowan and maternal grandmother's family come to any harm. Ji Jian's heart was touched. Her voice trembled as she muttered softly. But what can I do? I'm not strong enough. I don't want them to come to any harm, but I'm powerless. Seize any opportunity to become stronger. The Ji family competition is your chance. Obtaining the Imperial Palace's dragon chi will greatly benefit you. If you become the head of the Ji family, you'll have a chance to protect yourself. Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Jian and said, Whether or not there's a chance, you just have to work hard. That way, at least you won't regret it in the future. Big brother Dabai, you're right. I want to become stronger. I want to protect everything by my side. Whether or not there's a chance, I just have to work hard. That way, at least I won't regret it in the future. Ji Jian's eyes shone brightly. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips as she looked at Du Xiaofu and nodded. Du Xiaofu didn't say anything, but a slight smile appeared on his face. Du Xiaofu knew in his heart that he couldn't protect this girl forever. In the future, she could only rely on herself. Only when she became stronger would she be able to fear no one. Tianchuan City was bustling with noise and liveliness. The Ji family's carriage neared Tianchuan City's public square. However, no one dared to obstruct the Ji family's carriage team. They all dispersed, and the Ji family's carriage team entered the public square's entrance in a single file. Alighting from the carriage, the vast public square was awe-inspiring. The densely packed crowd made Du Xiaofu narrow his eyes. Around the square, there were many armored soldiers standing around. These were all from the 7 empires controlled by the Ji family. Following the Ji family's entourage, Du Xiaofu followed beside Ji Jian and entered the main area of the plaza. Sweeping his gaze, Du Xiaofu saw many figures from the Ji family's main hall yesterday. Among them, the finely dressed youth that made Du Xiaofu take a second look yesterday also appeared in Du Xiaofu's sight. Beside the finely dressed youth was a woman in red. She had a graceful figure and exuded a charming aura. Judging from her back, she should also be an extremely beautiful woman. The Imperial Palace's dragon aura. In front of the Ji family's team, a young man in a dragon robe also attracted Du Xiaofu's attention. That young man's body faintly emitted the Imperial Palace's dragon aura. It's the Ji family's eldest young master. The Ji family's young misses are also here. As the Ji family's team approached, a commotion broke out around the public square. Discussions and cheers rose like a tide. After sweeping his gaze around, Du Xiaofu finally followed the Ji family's team to the high platform built at the public square's main area. Looking down at the public square from above, he was even more shocked. Everywhere Du Xiaofu looked, there was a dense mass of human heads all around him. There were fully armed soldiers maintaining order. The Ji family's grand competition couldn't tolerate any accidents. Chapter 1150. Around the square, there were many luxurious seats. At that moment, many of the seats were already occupied. Du Xiaofu looked over and observed their auras and attire. He guessed that those who were seated should be the masters of the various forces in and out of Tianquan City. In the vast square, there were already thousands of young men and women. These young men and women were the younger generation of the Ji family's outer clan. They stood quietly and some of their auras were not bad. They were waiting for the family competition to begin. This was a huge opportunity for the disciples of the outer clan. As long as they could stand out, they would be nurtured by the main clan and have a bright future. The disciples of the Ji family's main clan began to take their seats. Ji Jian was, after all, the fifth miss of the Ji family, the biological daughter of the Ji family master. In such a public occasion, she had her own seat. However, Du Xiaofu and Lil Wan could only stand behind Ji Jian. In the main hall yesterday, Ji Sihai and Fei Ying, whom Du Xiaofu had seen, were already seated at the top. Between Fei Ying and Ji Sihai, there was an elder in a loose robe. His hair was combed into a high bun, and his hair was black. This old man looked older than Ji Sihai, but his complexion was extremely ruddy. Nirvana realm of martial honorable realm! Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The aura of the elder in the loose robe could not escape Du Xiaofu's sharp detection. He was a martial honorable realm Nirvana realm expert. Ji Sihai was extremely respectful in front of the elder in the loose robe. Perhaps, it was more appropriate to say that he was fearful. Fei Ying was even more respectful in front of the elder. She kept chatting and laughing in the elder's ear. The old man also nodded his head with interest. His eyes swept across Fei Ying's chest, intentionally or unintentionally. Greetings, Elder Min. As the younger generation of the Ji family went up the high platform, Du Xiaofu noticed the young man in luxurious clothes and the beautiful lady in red. However, they did not take their seats. Instead, they went up to the elder in the loose robe and bowed respectfully. Rahong Chi-ran, you've come. The elder in the wide robe raised his head and smiled at the girl in red and the young man in luxurious clothes. Then, he said to the girl in red, Rahong, today is the day of the Ji clan's competition. You have to work hard and show everyone the strength of our Hahuan school's disciples. Disciple will definitely do his best. The red-clothed girl nodded. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. She had a pair of red phoenix eyes that rippled with beauty. Her body was curvaceous and exquisite. She was naturally charming. Her voice was also soft and gentle. When it entered one's ears, one's heart could not help but go numb. For Elder Min to come personally for the Ji family grand competition, your presence brings light to our humble dwelling, Fei Ying said. Then, she said to a young man in a dragon robe, Ji Rozi, and a woman in yellow, Jing Chun Zier Huanger, quickly come and greet Elder Min. Greetings, Elder Min. The dragon-robed youth, Ji Rozi, and the yellow-clothed woman stepped forward and bowed respectfully. No need to be so courteous. The elder in the wide robe looked at the dragon-robed youth, Ji Rozi, and the yellow-clothed woman. Finally, his gaze secretly fell on Ji Rozi and the yellow-clothed woman's curvaceous bodies. He said with a smile, The younger generation of the Ji family is extraordinary. There are indeed many talented people. Elder Min, you flatter me. In the future they will have to rely on Elder Min to nurture them. Fei Ying smiled at the man in the wide robe. When her gaze fell on Du Xiaofu, who was beside Ji Jian, her gaze suddenly trembled before returning to normal. Dabai, these are my brothers and sisters. Eldest brother, Ji Jingchun, and second sister, Ji Rahong. The ones who made things difficult for you yesterday were third sister, Ji Rosie, and fourth sister, Ji Rahuang. Ji Jian's voice softly fell into Du Xiaofu's ears. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the few people. His gaze did not waver much. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Ji Sihai looked around at the younger generation of the Ji family behind him and said to Elder Min, let's begin. Elder Min nodded. Buzz! The crisp sound of a bell reverberated in the square. The surrounding clamor quietly quieted down. On the high platform, an elder from the Ji family stepped forward. His gaze swept across the crowd as he loudly announced, "The Ji family competition for the younger generation begins now." Boom! As the elder's voice fell, the entire square boiled over. The thousands of young men and women in the square were excited. Waves of xianqi gushed out from their bodies. Although they were not very strong, when they gathered together, they were extremely impactful and their momentum soared into the sky. Looking at the boiling crowd, the elder from the Ji family waited for a moment before continuing to announce the rules of the competition. The rules of the Ji family competition were the same as before. The disciples of the collateral family would first fight each other. In the end, only the last 20 people would be qualified to compete with the younger generation of the main family and the Ji family. This was the difference between the main family and the collateral family. The difference in status was huge. When there were only 5 people left, they would draw lots to fight each other. One of them would draw the lot to avoid fighting and advance directly. Of the remaining 4 people, 2 would fight each other. Of the 2 people who won again, the first one would fight against the person who drew the lot to avoid fighting and advance directly. After that, the winner would continue to fight against the last person. The final winner would be able to obtain the imperial qi of the 2 imperial palaces of the Ji family. The benefits were enormous. The Ji family competition officially begins. After explaining the rules, the elder waved his hand. His voice, mixed with xianqi, reverberated in the whole square. As the Ji family competition began, the xianqi of thousands of Ji family's collateral family disciples instantly gushed out from their bodies. Rumble! Waves of xianqi appeared abruptly like a storm, surging in the square. The magnificent scene made the blood in the square boil. Bang, 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 bang! The great battle was on the verge of breaking out, immediately falling into a chaotic battle. Not long after, someone activated his meridian spirit, spiritual stove, and talisman cauldron. His aura gathered together, and his might appeared to be extraordinary. Many experts became interested and whispered in each other's ears. On the high platform, Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, and the others sat upright, watching the confrontation of their peers in the square without much fluctuation in their eyes. It seemed that there were not many people worthy of their attention. To them, the true focus of the Ji family competition had always been the direct descendants of the Ji family's main family. The collateral family disciples were only there to serve as a contrast. Du Xiaofu naturally did not pay too much attention to the Meridian Spirit realm and the few martial marquis realm cultivators. The competition of the younger generation of the Ji family's collateral family did not last for long. After an hour, only the last 20 young men and women stood in the center of the square. These 20 young men and women were gasping for breath. Their faces were pale, and many of them had heavy injuries on their bodies. These last 20 people won a lot of cheers from all around the square. After entering the top 20, even if they were unable to win in the end, they would be able to receive the main family's important nurturing, and their futures would be limitless. The old man who had originally announced the rules stood up once again. Looking around the square, he said to the young disciples of the Ji family behind him, "You can leave now. Remember the rules. You are not allowed to deliberately kill others, or you will lose your qualifications and be punished according to the family's rules. Losers will leave the square on their own initiative. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Hearing the old man's words, Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, Ji Rosie, Ji Rahong, and the other Ji family disciples all stood up. Whoosh whoosh, around 100 Ji family disciples surged with profound energy from the soles of their feet. Spreading out their figures, they directly descended from the high platform. Numerous figures descended onto the square successively. Their figures were either graceful, light, or agile. They were enveloped in flames and surged with mist and talisman markings, causing them to be dazzling and resplendent, and it caused the spectators in the surroundings to instantly exclaim repeatedly in shock. Ji Jian stood up, took a deep breath, and turned her head to glance at Du Xiaofu. Runes flickered at the tips of her feet, and she spread out her figure. Her graceful body was like a fallen leaf in midair, gracefully drifting down. Her beauty made everyone's eyes light up. Boom! As Ji Jian's figure landed, a golden figure with a sharp sound of breaking wind landed in the middle of the square like a blazing sun. That figure was like a golden dragon landing on the ground. Tiny cracks actually spread out on the square where his feet landed, causing the surrounding young men and women to fiercely tremble. The one who landed was Ji Jingchun. A faint golden light lingered around him. His aura was dignified, and he revealed the aura of an emperor. That's the eldest son of the Ji family, Ji Jingchun. His talent has been outstanding since he was young. He's a dragon and phoenix among men. He's outstanding and talented. At the age of 22, he became the ruler of a country. This time, Ji Jingchun will definitely win. As Ji Jingchun's figure landed, the surrounding cheers exploded to the peak. Hearing the cheers and shouts from all around, the corner of Ji Jingchun's mouth lifted into a faint smile. Whoosh whoosh! As Ji Jingchun's figure landed, another 3 beautiful figures landed. They were the 3 sisters, Ji Rahong, Ji Rosie, and Ji Rahuang. The few youths of the Ji family that were the most eye-catching landed together. The gazes around the square burned, and the cheers and shouts did not dissipate for a long time. The second round of the large competition will now begin. An old man continued to speak. His voice reverberated around the vast square, allowing the people around the square to hear it clearly. Boom! As the old man's voice fell, the chaotic battle in the square was about to erupt once again. Bang bang bang! One by one, the young men and women of the Ji family's main family instantly attacked the 20 branch family disciples. Runes exploded, the light was resplendent, and profound energy surged in all directions. It did not take long for them to be defeated one by one. Roar! In the end, over 100 young men and women of the Ji family's main family also engaged in a chaotic battle. Talisman weapons intertwined, meridian spirits were activated, and the roars of beasts were incessant. There will be an update at night, but it will probably be around 12 o'clock in the evening. Looking for fresh flowers. Looking for recommendations. Little you, after resting for a while, continued to write diligently. Chapter 1151. However, in this chaotic battle, no one attacked Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, and the rest. No one even attacked Ji Jian. Ji Rosie stared coldly at Ji Jian. Under such circumstances, she did not attack either. After all, if she attacked her 5th sister in front of outsiders, it would not be good for her reputation if word got out. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities later. The battle among the younger generation of the Ji family was undoubtedly more intense than the battle among the collateral disciples. However, it did not last long. When there were only a dozen people left, Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, Ji Rosie, and Ji Rahuang's eyes changed slightly. They moved and began to attack. Whoosh! A young man from the Ji family's main family, who was 21 or 22 years old and had the cultivation of a martial king at the Nirvana realm, also began to attack Ji Jian. This young man swooped down from midair. He activated his celestial chi with a palm print. The runes emitted a brilliant light. His body glowed, and his aura was fierce. Wherever the palm print passed, the space produced a low trembling sound. Ji Jian's eyes were cold. Her handprint condensed and turned into a ferocious shadow of a strange beast. It directly collided with the former young man's palm print, causing his body to stagger and fall into the square. When his feet landed, there were faint traces of cracks on the square. The young man's eyes focused. He was considering whether to continue attacking Ji Jian. In his opinion, among the 5 siblings, Ji Jian was the weakest. Ji Ruohuang and the rest were even harder to deal with. Bang! A low, dull sound was heard. While the young man was hesitating, Ji Jingquan's figure appeared behind him. A golden palm print had already landed on his back, causing his body to stagger and fall into the square. Pfft! The young man spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed like he was unable to continue fighting. After defeating the young man, Ji Jingquan continued to attack. His figure was like a golden lightning. Wherever he passed, no one could stop him. Whoosh! However, at the same time, someone attacked Ji Jian again. The attacker was not strong, so Ji Jian was able to deal with it. At the head of the high platform, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes as he looked at the square. Ji Jian was a perfect 6-star spirit talisman master. Although she couldn't compare with Ji Jingquan and Ji Ruohong in terms of cultivation, she wasn't inferior to the other younger generation members of the Ji clan. As long as Ji Jian, and the others made a move against Ji Jian, it should not be a problem for Ji Jian to enter the final 5. But if Ji Jingquan, Ji Ruohong, and the others attacked Ji Jian, then Ji Jian would be in danger. Under Du Xiaofu's rather worried gaze, on the square, Ji Jian activated a 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman formation and took the opportunity to defeat a youth from a foreign tribe who was in the Martial King Realm perfection. At this moment, there were only 5 people left in the entire square. In the second round, Ji Jingquan, Ji Ruohong, Ji Rosie, Ji Ruohuang, and Ji Jian have won. Prepare to draw lots. The voice of the old man from the Ji clan immediately reverberated around the square. Ji Jian raised her head and looked around. Her delicate face was slightly pale. She had used up a lot of energy to defeat her opponent. Is she still a talisman master? She doesn't seem to have used her full strength. On the high platform, Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Jian from afar. With his sharp primordial spirit, he could feel that the 6-star Nirvana Realm Talisman formation that Ji Jian had set up just now wasn't her full strength. Humph! Don't fall into my hands later! In the middle of the square, the last 5 people stood. Ji Rosie looked at Ji Jian, who was not far away, and coldness flashed across her eyes. Someone from the Ji clan went up and let everyone draw lots. Ji Jingquan, Ji Jian, and the others each drew a jade lot from the drawing box. Ji Rosie looked at the lot number 2 in her hand, and her gaze immediately shifted to her side. Eldest brother Ji Jingquan drew lot number 3, second sister Ji Ruohong drew lot number 1, fourth sister Ji Ruohuang drew lot number 5, and Ji Jian drew lot number 4. Even the heavens are helping me! A cold smile appeared on Ji Rosie's face. Ji Ruohong against Ji Ruohuang, Ji Rosie against Ji Jian. Ji Jingquan is exempt from this round. After the 5 people finished drawing lots, the old man's voice was heard. Ji Jingquan's dragon robe moved slightly, and he retreated slightly. Ji Jingquan drew lot number 3. As he was exempt from battle, he didn't need to fight in this round. Among the 4 people in this round, the one who won the fastest would fight with him again. Subsequently, the 4 women in the square faced each other and looked at Ji Jian in front of them. In Ji Jian's eyes, there were some fluctuations. Boom! Ji Ruohong and Ji Ruohuang immediately confronted each other. Their celestial chi exploded, and the talisman script shone brightly. One of them is at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal Realm, and the other is at the initial stage of the Martial Royal Realm. The difference is too big. Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Ruohong and Ji Ruohuang, who were fighting fiercely. He already knew who would win. One was at the initial stage of the Martial Royal Realm, and the other was at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Royal Realm. The 2 of them couldn't be compared at all. However, the battle between Ji Jian and Ji Rosie made it difficult for Du Xiaofu to make a judgment. 5th sister, I'll definitely give in to you. As the battle between Ji Ruohong and Ji Ruohuang broke out, Ji Rosie also fixed her gaze on Ji Jian. Her eyes were cold, and chilliness gushed out. She activated her celestial chi, and her figure turned into lightning, She directly attacked Ji Jian. Ji Jian looked at her, and she could only meet her attack. Bang! The two separated as soon as they came into contact. Ji Jian's delicate body staggered back. My fifth sister, I've just reached the martial emperor realm, and you're only a 6-star spirit talisman master. You're no match for me. You're asking for humiliation by coming back to participate in the clan's competition. I can only fulfill your wish. Ji Rosie sneered, and she directly summoned a middle-grade Dao artifact. It exploded with terrifying power, and she wanted to directly crush Ji Jian. The middle-grade Dao artifact's power was monstrous, and it caused the clouds to surge in the sky. It exploded with resplendent talisman scripts and an ancient aura. It caused the entire square to tremble, and there were endless rumbling sounds. Ji Jian raised her head and slightly gritted her teeth. She condensed a hand seal and activated the spiritual stove talisman cauldron. A blazing aura burst out, and the resplendent talisman scripts soared into the sky to resist Ji Rosie's middle-grade Dao artifact. Rumble. The battle between the two women had reached the point where they went all out after one move, and it made people tremble. Many gazes on the high platform immediately fell on the battle ring between the two women. Ka. In the battle between the spiritual stove talisman cauldron and the middle-grade Dao artifact, Ji Jian was only at the peak of the 6 stars realm, and Ji Rosie was at the beginning of the martial emperor realm. It didn't take long for them to start retreating. Ji Jian's spiritual stove talisman cauldron was suppressed, and the talisman scripts began to show signs of cracking. I said that you're no match for me. Ji Rosie sneered. She forcefully activated the middle-grade Dao artifact, and it turned into a fierce curtain of light that enveloped Ji Jian and crushed her. Ka. Ji Jian's spiritual stove talisman cauldron began to crack, and her aura became weaker and weaker. Ji Rosie's sneer became more and more intense. She could feel that Ji Jian was becoming more and more unable to resist her. However, at this moment, Ji Jian's faintly cracked spiritual stove talisman cauldron suddenly disappeared. Her delicate hands danced, and the hair on her back fluttered. 25 array flags appeared in her hands. Go! With a delicate shout, the 25 array flags in Ji Jian's delicate hands soared into the sky. They connected with each other and instantly turned into a huge talisman script that enveloped the square. Bang! The talisman array was arranged, and a terrifying aura whistled in all directions. It shook the air like thunder. Ji Rosie's expression changed. She wanted to immediately retreat, but it was already too late. At this moment, many gazes on the high platform fell on Ji Jian's body, and violent fluctuations arose. 25 array flags. That was a 7-star elementary talisman array. A 6-star consummate cultivation is arranging a 7-star elementary talisman array. Ji Jian's soul is so powerful, and her comprehension of talisman arrays surpasses others. There were many insightful experts in the Ji family who immediately cried out involuntarily. Ji Jian was a 6-star consummate talisman master, but she was able to arrange a 7-star elementary talisman array. How astonishing was her talent! Ji Jian has always been hiding her true strength. She's on guard against Ji Rosie. An old woman from the Ji family revealed a shocked expression. Ji Jian had always been hiding her true strength to protect herself. Ji Jian used her spiritual stove and talisman cauldron to pretend that she was no match for Ji Rosie. She also secretly condensed the talisman array, trapping Ji Rosie in one fell swoop. Her talent surpasses others. At the center of the high platform, Ji Sihai's eyes also revealed astonishment. Soon after, they surged with joy. Fei Ying's eyes revealed coldness. His expression darkened, but soon returned to normal. Du Xiaofu squinted his eyes. Looking at the talisman array arranged by Ji Jian, he muttered to himself. Her talisman array attainments are not bad. Her soul is very powerful. Chapter 1152. Bang! There was a low explosion of energy, and Ji Rahuang's delicate body fell from the sky. Blood spilled from her mouth, and the phantom of the pulse soul beast in the air was shattered. Fourth sister, you've lost! Jirohong's figure landed. She was dressed in red, and her lower body was graceful. She had a charming aura, and her eyes were filled with charm. I'm no match for second sister. Jirohong did not linger. She got up and wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Then, she retreated to the side of her eldest brother, Ji Jingchun. In the entire square, only Ji Jian and Ji Rosie were still fighting. Countless eyes were fixed on them. Rumble! A low muffled sound came from the talisman array. The talisman array seemed to be on the verge of collapse, but it held on. It was not very likely that a martial royal realm cultivator would be able to break a 7-star elementary talisman array by force. Gee! A sharp bird cry came from the talisman array, and the terrifying aura became more intense. Ji Jian began to frown. Ka! The talisman array finally began to crack under the impact of the terrifying aura. Then, a shocking energy wave swept out. Under the terrifying impact, even the ground of the square began to crack. Rumble! Finally, the talisman array shook and cracked on all sides before exploding into pieces. Whoosh! The violent energy swept across the sky, and the talisman array shattered, causing the surrounding space to tremble and boil. Sand and stones flew, and gravel shot out. The talisman array shattered. Ji Jian's mouth overflowed with blood. Her delicate face changed color. She looked up and saw a gloomy Ji Jian appear in the sky above the messy square. In front of Ji Rosie, a huge illusory purple bird pulse soul flapped its wings, releasing a fierce aura. The middle-grade Taoist artifact seemed to be unable to be activated, and it was withdrawn into her body. Ji Rosie floated behind the huge bird pulse soul. Her face was pale, and there was also blood at the corner of her mouth. She was even more embarrassed than Ji Jian. It was obvious that although Ji Rosie had broken the talisman array by force, she had paid a great price. Humph, you have some skills. How can you be my opponent now? Ji Rosie was gloomy and furious. She had not expected that she, who had just reached the martial royal realm, would end up in such a sorry state in the hands of Ji Jian. This was in front of the entire Tianquan city. Ji! The purple bird screeched and flapped its wings, bringing with it a terrifying gust of wind as it charged towards Ji Jian. I'm afraid that Ji Jian is already an arrow at the end of its flight. A spirit talisman master's battle prowess is on the weaker side compared to a martial cultivator. I'm afraid that she won't be able to resist Ji Jian any longer. On the high platform, an old man sighed worriedly. After all, Ji Jian had yet to become a 7-star talisman master. Otherwise, Ji Rosie would have already been defeated. I've just reached the martial royal realm. Actually, you're not the first one I've defeated. However, just as everyone was worried about Ji Jian raised her head slightly. There was no trace of worry in her eyes. As she spoke, a dazzling light emanated from Ji Jian's body. A mysterious talisman pattern was released from between her eyebrows and covered her entire body. Boom! Suddenly, a vast force of coercion came from between Ji Jian's eyebrows and descended upon the square. Under that coercion, many of the Ji family members on the high platform changed their expressions. Many of the old men stood up in shock. Emperor's spiritual roots! Jian has the Emperor's spiritual roots! That is the Emperor's natural disposition! That is the true Emperor's natural disposition! Eldest brother Jingchun is only at the peak of the outstanding talent stage, close to the Emperor's natural disposition! The old men from the Ji family exclaimed. After their initial shock, they were pleasantly surprised. They knew very well what it meant to have the Emperor's natural disposition in the Ji family. That wretched girl actually has the Emperor's natural disposition! On the high platform, Fei Ying's expression changed. His gaze was cold. The Ji family actually has an emperor! On Elder Min's ruddy face, his eyes were filled with astonishment. Among the younger generation of the Huan sect, there was only one person who possessed the talent of the human emperor. Swish! At that moment, Ji Jian made her move. The coercion of her spiritual roots descended. She turned into a human-shaped lightning bolt. As she formed a hand seal, a dazzling palm print from her slender hand sealed the void. It landed directly on the bird's pulse soul phantom. Bang! G-Rosie's pulse soul phantom exploded on the spot, turning into a rain of runes. Puff! When the pulse soul phantom shattered, G-Rosie spat out a mouthful of blood. Bang! In the next moment, Ji-Jian's beautiful figure appeared in front of G-Rosie. She waved her slender hand, and a palm print landed on G-Rosie's chest. G-Rosie's beautiful figure was knocked out of the square. Crack, crack! G-Rosie slammed heavily into the ground, and cracks spread out from her body as the epicenter. Puff! G-Rosie's face was pale. Blood dripped from the corner of her mouth. She struggled several times but could not stand up. Ji-Jian's beautiful figure slowly descended. She looked at G-Rosie. Her red lips were slightly parted, and her pearly white teeth were slightly opened. On her pale face, her eyes were extremely cold. She said, "I can pretend that the things that happened when we were children never happened. But in the future, do not provoke me. I will not be as easy to talk to as before." G-Rosie looked at Ji-Jian. The corners of her eyes twitched violently. There was a faint fear in her eyes, but more than that, there was resentment. Puff! She stared at Ji-Jian. Then, for some reason, as if her heart was attacked by anger, G-Rosie spat out another mouthful of blood. The Emperor's natural disposition. Our Ji family will rise again this time. On the high platform, Ji Sihai was overjoyed. The Emperor's natural disposition was the first among the younger generation of the Ji family. The Emperor! At the edge of the square, Ji Jingchuan's dragon robe fluttered slightly. A faint golden brilliance fluctuated in his eyes. All these years, he had controlled an empire and guarded the imperial palace, receiving nourishment from the imperial palace's dragon chi. His family had only hoped that his talent would have the opportunity to reach the Emperor's natural disposition. But after so many years, his natural disposition had improved a lot. However, he still had not reached the level of a true Emperor's natural disposition. But this time, his fifth sister had directly reached the level of a true Emperor's natural disposition. The Emperor's natural disposition is hidden deeply. Looking at her appearance, I can be at ease in the future. On the high platform, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. No wonder Ji-Jian's spiritual strength was so strong. He felt that although Ji-Jian's natural disposition was not comparable to Sima Muhan's natural disposition, she had just reached the Emperor's natural disposition. But she was already a true Emperor. In the entire Kyushu, her natural disposition was one of the best. In this round, Ji Xingchun and Ji Jian have won. Next round, Ji Xingchun vs. Ji Ruohong. The elder on the high platform was also stunned for a while before he recovered. Then, he announced the results. As soon as the elder finished speaking, the siblings, Ji Xingchun and Ji Ruohong, both leaped into the air and went into the arena. On the high platform, the young man in luxurious clothes sat upright. When he saw Ji Ruohong enter the arena, his eyes moved slightly. A faint radiance flashed in his eyes and then disappeared. Boom! In the middle of the square, the siblings faced each other from a distance. Their chi surged out like a storm. Second sister has indeed reached the Nirvana realm of the martial Emperor realm. Seeing the movement of chi caused by Ji Ruohong, Ji Xingchun was a little shocked but not too surprised. Eldest brother was nourished by the Imperial Palace's dragon chi and reached the Nirvana realm of the martial Emperor realm before me. I think his strength is far above mine. Ji Ruohong spoke gently. Her posture was charming. Her body, wrapped in dazzling runes, was exquisite and curvaceous. All men could not help but take a few more glances. As for his strength, I'm afraid we'll only know after the battle. Ji Xingchun spoke. His dragon robe fluttered slightly and his hair danced behind him. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi lingered around him, and there was a faint dragon roar. His aura was the most shocking. Then I'll make my move. Eldest brother, be careful. Ji Ruohong spoke gently, but there was no weakness in her movements. She was as fast as lightning, cunning and swift. She stomped on the ground and her chi surged. Taking advantage of the momentum, she turned into a bolt of lightning and attacked Ji Jingchun directly with her palm. Ji Jingchun's dragon robe fluttered. He immediately raised his hand and punched out. Golden light shone brightly. The two collided and the energy of the attack was shattered on the spot. The airwaves swept across the sky and spread in all directions in the air. Bang, bang, bang. Then, the siblings immediately attacked and collided with each other. They were as fast as lightning and it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. On the high platform, Elder Min was also watching the scene with interest. Ji Jingchun and Ji Ruohong should be the last competitors. Whoever wins will be the next head of the Ji family. Although Ji Jian is not bad, compared to Ji Jingchun and Ji Ruohong, she's still not good enough. The difference in strength is too big. Countless eyes were fixed on the square. The battle between the younger generation of the martial royal realm and the Nirvana realm was already exciting and shocking. Roar! In the fierce battle, the siblings who were locked in a stalemate had both activated their pulse spirit. The huge pulse spirit shadows were all powerful demonic beasts on the heavenly beast list. Their roars reverberated in the square, causing the pulse spirit in one's body to tremble. In the battle of pulse spirits, the siblings were still locked in a stalemate. In the end, the siblings were covered in talisman runes. They both activated their martial veins and the pressure descended. It was the strongest battle. Among the younger generation of the Ji family, there were originally two talents. Rumor has it that Ji Jingchun's talent is the closest to the human king realm. He's even close to the human king realm talent. Two talents in one family. Now Ji Jian, a true human king realm talent, has appeared. The Ji family will become stronger this time. As Ji Jingchun and Ji Ruohong activated their martial veins, discussions and exclamations spread around the square. Rumble. In the square, the battle between the siblings had reached the most intense stage. The Taoist artifacts confronted each other, pulse spirits collided, martial veins crushed, and chi swept across like a storm, causing the energy in the air to rumble continuously. Du Xiaofu looked at the battle between the two in the square and was quite interested. The siblings, Ji Jingchun and Ji Ruohong, were not weak. If nothing goes wrong, Ji Jingchun should win. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi is not bad, and the level of their martial veins is also much higher. Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. He already had an idea of the result. After a while, the result was just as Du Xiaofu expected. Taking advantage of a gap, Ji Jingchun seized the opportunity to activate the Imperial Palace's dragon chi and turned it into a golden dragon. It assisted the pulse spirit to destroy Ji Ruohong's pulse spirit. Puff! As the pulse spirit was shattered, Ji Ruohong immediately spat out blood. Bang! Ji Jingchun's golden palm print also landed on Ji Ruohong's shoulder. The huge force swept across and destroyed her defense. Swish! Ji Ruohong's delicate body fell into the square, accompanied by a spurt of blood. At the place where she landed, the square cracked, and cracks spread in all directions. On the high platform, many people's gazes were fluctuating, as if they were not too surprised. Fei Ying looked at the square, and there was a hint of gloominess in her eyes. She glanced sideways at the young man in luxurious clothes beside her. Swish! Ji Jingchun landed on the square, and the golden dragon's shadow in the air retracted into his body. With a smile in his eyes, he said to Ji Ruohong, "Second sister, you've lost. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi is indeed powerful. I'm really envious of Big Brother for being nourished by the Imperial Palace's dragon chi." Ji Ruohong struggled to get up and looked at Ji Jingchun. Although she was in a sorry state, she was still charming and seductive. She said, "I've indeed lost, but this battle is not over yet. Second sister, do you still want to fight?" Ji Jingchun frowned slightly, and golden light flickered in his eyes. "She's lost, and I've just started. I'm only at the Nirvana realm of the Martial Emperor realm. You won't get first place in the Ji family's grand competition." Just as Ji Jingchun's voice fell, a slightly gloomy voice came from the square above. When the last word fell, a figure had already appeared in the square, accompanied by a bright rune. The aura froze the space, and a claw print distorted the space, directly crushing toward Ji Jingchun. Chapter 1153. AOO. Duan Jingchun's expression changed as he felt the vigorous energy fluctuation. Golden light gushed out from his palm and shot into the sky. The Imperial Palace's dragon aura transformed into a giant golden dragon and collided with it. It carried the power of heaven and earth with it. The Imperial Palace's dragon aura is extraordinary, but your strength is still too weak. A gloomy voice sounded from the claw print. The claw print expanded infinitely, distorting the surrounding space. It crushed the golden dragon's shadow with the force of a thunderbolt, imprisoning it. Then it crushed it in midair. Walala! The phantom of the golden dragon shattered, turning into broken golden runes that scattered in all directions. Bang! The surrounding space froze, and a palm print landed on Ji Jingchun's chest like lightning. Poochie! Ji Jingchun spat out a mouthful of blood. His dragon robe fluttered, and his body suddenly flew back dozens of feet. He fiercely fell on the ground of the plaza. He struggled several times, but still could not stand up. Initial martial sovereign! On the high platform, Du Xiaofu narrowed his eyes slightly. Then, he looked not far away. The well-dressed young man who had been paying attention to him had disappeared from his seat. He muttered softly. As expected, there's a change. The show has just begun. The unforeseen event in the plaza caused the gazes of the Ji family members on the high platform to change. Around the plaza, the gazes of countless onlookers suddenly changed. Chi! As Ji Jingchun's heavily injured body smashed into the plaza, a figure also appeared in the plaza and slowly landed beside Ji Ruohong. It was a young man who looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and faint profound energy surged on his body. There was a slight smile in his eyes. On the high platform, the people of the Ji family looked at each other. They naturally knew who the well-dressed young man was. He was a disciple of the Huan school, the beloved disciple of Elder Min, and also Ji Ruohong's senior brother. On the high platform, many people of the Ji family had ugly expressions on their faces when they saw the well-dressed young man forcefully intervene and heavily injure Ji Jingchun. They were secretly angry, but due to the power of the Huan school and the fact that Elder Min was still sitting, they did not dare to say anything. Poochie! Ji Ruohong leaped out and supported Ji Jingchun, who was struggling to get up. She looked at the finely dressed youth and scolded. Xiang Qiran, what do you mean by this? This is our Ji family's competition. Are you looking down on our Ji family just because you're from Huan school? Little sister, this is the Ji clan's grand competition. If I remember correctly, the Ji clan's closest relatives can also participate, right? Xiang Qiran smiled as his gaze swept across Ji Ruohong's graceful figure. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He was Xiang Qiran, a disciple of Huan school. Among the younger generation of Huan school, he was ranked in the top 3. His status was extremely high, and he didn't need to put the Ji family in his eyes. The Ji family's relatives can indeed participate in the Ji family competition, but you don't seem to be my Ji family's relative. Ji Ruohong said angrily. Fourth sister, Senior Xian has already gotten engaged to me at the Huan school. It's just that we haven't had the time to tell the clan yet. Ji Ruohong said to Ji Ruohong. Engaged. Hearing Ji Ruohong's words, the Ji family members on the high platform were in an uproar. Ruohong is already engaged to Xiang Qiran. According to the Ji family's rules, she is qualified to participate in the Ji family competition today. Hearing the uproar around, Fei Ying glanced around and said indifferently. The Ji family members were speechless. Some of the elders started to look at Ji Sihai. The champion of the Ji family competition couldn't fall on the head of an outsider. Even if Ji Ruohong and Xiang Qiran were engaged, the elders of the Ji family would definitely not be willing to give the Imperial Palace's Imperial Qi to them. Even if they are already engaged, they should participate in the grand competition right from the start. It's inappropriate for them to suddenly interfere. Ji Sihai said with a serious expression. Xiang Qiran's cultivation had already reached the initial stage of the martial honorable realm. Even he hadn't reached that level yet. It's inappropriate for Xiang Qiran to suddenly interfere. However, seeing that Ruohong was injured, it's understandable for him to be nervous. If anyone in the Ji family feels that it's unfair, then let all the younger generation of the Ji family fight together. Elder Min said softly. It was obvious that he was blocking Ji Sihai's words. The aura of the Nirvana martial honorable realm fluctuated slowly, causing Ji Sihai to secretly tremble. No one in the Ji family dared to speak. They didn't dare to offend the Hehuan school. The entire Ji family was also under the Hehuan school. How would they dare to offend the Hehuan school? Ji Jingchun, you've lost. Xiang Qiran looked at Ji Jingchun, who was being supported by Ji Ruohong, with a faint smile in his eyes. Ji Jingchun raised his head and looked at Xiang Qiran and Ji Ruohong. He then looked at his mother Fei Ying, who was on the high platform. Haha. Ji Jingchun laughed. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he looked miserable. Everyone could feel the unwillingness and resentment behind his laughter. He then said to Ji Ruohong, who was beside him, "Fourth sister, I've lost. Let's go down." As his voice fell, Ji Jingchun turned around. His dragon robe was torn and his back showed a helpless loneliness. Second sister is really admirable. I hope you won't lead a wolf into the house. Ji Ruohong looked at Xiang Qiran and Ji Ruohong, then helped her brother, Ji Jingchun, down the square. Fourth sister, the winner is king. You've been too comfortable as the fourth miss of the Ji family. Perhaps you'll understand this in the future. Ji Ruohong's eyes rippled as she muttered softly. Ji Jingchun has lost. That person seems to be an expert from the Hehuan school. The second miss of the Ji family is engaged to an expert from the Hehuan school. Is the Ji family really going to rely on the Hehuan school this time? Around the square, in some of the VIP seats, many leaders of large and small forces were whispering to each other. They couldn't help but pay attention to the Ji family's every move. Countless onlookers in the square had thought that Ji Jingchun would win. Who would have thought that there would be such a shocking turn of events in the end? Leave the rest to me. Xiang Qiran didn't care about the discussions around the square. He said to Ji Jian, who was beside him. He slowly looked at Ji Jian in the distance. Okay. Ji Ruohong nodded. At this moment, only Ji Jian remained in the square. She glanced at Ji Jian, intentionally or unintentionally, before retreating to the edge of the square. It's your turn. Do you want to fight, or do you want to surrender on behalf of the younger generation of the Ji family? Xiang Qiran raised his head slightly. His gaze fell on Ji Jian's exquisite figure, and a strange look flashed across his eyes. Among the sisters of the Ji family, Ji Jian was without a doubt the most beautiful one. She was very elegant, and her temperament carried an unforgettable gentleness. Swish, swish. At this moment, all the younger generation of the Ji family were looking at Ji Jian in the square. Many of them didn't think much of Ji Jian's identity. Before today, these younger generation of the Ji family didn't even think much of Ji Jian. Everyone knew Ji Jian's status in the Ji family. But not long ago, Ji Jian's Renhuang talent had completely shocked them. That talent was enough to crush them. And now, an outsider was standing in the square, ignoring the younger generation of the Ji family. This made them angry. They were powerless. They knew that they were no match for her and couldn't fight. Only Ji Jian was still standing in the square. If Ji Jian chose to surrender, they wouldn't be able to raise their heads in the future. At this moment, all the younger generation of the Ji family had pinned their hopes on Ji Jian, whom they didn't think much of before today. You won't regret it if you work hard. Under the gazes of the crowd, Ji Jian walked out slowly. She took more than 10 steps and crossed the space under her feet. Slowly, she arrived in front of Xiang Qiran. She raised her eyes slightly and took a deep breath. She looked up and said, I have tolerated everything since I was young, but I have never surrendered. Jian is only at the complete 6-star realm. Although she has the Renhuang talent, she has already used up all her energy. The difference between her cultivation and Xiang Qiran's is too big. She can't cross the gap. She shouldn't fight. Jiyan has the Rahuan talent. Nothing can happen to her. On the high platform, some of the elders were worried when they saw that Jiyan was going to fight with Xiang Qiran. A complete 6-star talisman master was only equivalent to a complete martial royal. There was a huge gap between the complete martial royal realm and the initial martial honorable realm. It was impossible to cross. On the high platform, Fei Ying looked at Jiyan in the square. A cold light flashed in her eyes and her body rippled. Big White, what should we do? Lil Wan could feel Xiang Qiran's power and was worried about her Mississippi. She pulled on Du Xiaofu's sleeve nervously. Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Du Xiaofu smiled at Lil Wan. He then looked at Fei Ying, who was not far away. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The invisible aura that Fei Ying had released was difficult for others to detect. However, it could not escape Du Xiaofu's detection. Fei Ying sent a message to Xiang Qiran. On the square, Xiang Qiran looked at Jiyan with a smile on his face. You have some guts, I'll let you attack first. If I attack first, you won't even have the chance to attack. It's a pity for you, it's a pity for you. Boom! Jiyan made the first move. She knew that there was a huge gap between her and her opponent. Light flashed out from between her eyebrows and mysterious runes covered her body. She immediately activated her Renhuang spiritual root and a bright white light shot out from her slender hand. It was accompanied by a mighty aura that made one's soul tremble. It instantly enveloped Xiang Qiran. Renhuang spiritual root. Soul attack. It's a pity that you're too weak. Chapter 1154. Xiang Qiran didn't dodge and didn't take it to heart at all. As the vast aura surged over, his smiling eyes suddenly surged with coldness and killing intent. Chi La! As soon as Xiang Qiran finished speaking, he raised his hand and clenched his fist. His fist was wrapped in azure runes as it rapidly collided with the air in front of him. Boom! The terrifying punch exploded the air, and the sound was deafening. It shook one's soul and directly suppressed Jiyan's soul attack. Chi! In the blink of an eye, Xiang Qiran had already appeared in front of Jiyan. An azure rune finger pierced through the air, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound as it pierced through the air, shooting towards Jiyan's forehead at lightning speed. Xiang Qiran's murderous aura filled the air. He did not want to defeat Jiyan, but wanted to kill her directly. The terrifying aura froze the air and Jiyan's beautiful eyes were filled with despair. Jiyan could not break free from that terrifying aura even with all her strength. The difference between a beginner martial honorable and a complete 6-star martial honorable was too great. It was impossible to bridge. Not good! Ji Sihai and the other Ji family members on the high platform felt Xiang Qiran's murderous aura and their faces instantly turned pale. However, they did not have time to do anything. Goodbye. Lil Wan's face also turned pale from fright. She wanted to pull Du Xiaofu, but she realized that Fu Dabai had already disappeared. Chi La! Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, Xiang Qiran's murderous aura finger was already in front of Jiyan's glabella. It was very close. Chi! At that moment, a figure appeared in front of Jiyan like a ghost. The former's murderous aura finger stopped strangely in front of the figure that had appeared like a ghost. It was as if time had stopped and solidified. Ka! Then, the solidified murderous aura finger strangely disappeared under countless astonished gazes. It was silent and did not even cause any ripples. At the same time that the finger strangely disappeared, a chill suddenly surged from the depths of Xiang Qiran's heart. That chill caused the primordial spirit in his Naiwen palace to tremble. Not good! Xiang Qiran's heart trembled and he immediately retreated. At that moment, a palm print had appeared on his lower abdomen like a ghost. Without any warning, a golden ray of light shot out and slammed into his primordial spirit. Bang! A low and deep explosion sounded from Xiang Qiran's lower abdomen as his body flew backwards. After a dozen feet, Xiang Qiran's body fell limply to the ground. Chi! Fresh blood flowed out along with his shattered internal organs, and Xiang Qiran's profound energy no longer surged. His spirit watchtower had been destroyed. From now on, he was a cripple. As he landed on the ground, Xiang Qiran was finally able to clearly see the young man who had appeared in front of Jijian like a ghost. He was dressed in servant attire, but his face was resolute and determined, and his expression was indifferent. The youth who had suddenly appeared in the square had destroyed the spirit watchtower in Xiang Qiran's dantian. He then turned around and looked at Jijian, who was still in a daze. A smile appeared on his indifferent face as he said, "Are you all right? That guy has just reached the martial honorable realm. He is not someone that you can fight against with your current strength. Dabai, it's you." Jijian finally regained her senses. She looked at Du Xiaofu, who had suddenly appeared. Then, she looked at Xiang Qiran, who had just reached the martial honorable realm, who was lying on the ground a few dozen feet away. Her eyes trembled as she looked at Du Xiaofu in shock. After a long while, Jijian finally regained her senses. She smiled bitterly as she looked at Du Xiaofu and said softly, "It seems that I have been wrong all this time. If I am not wrong, you are also the one who killed the demonic underworld emperor and the others. We will talk about this later. Let's deal with the matter at hand first." Du Xiaofu smiled as he handed a pill to Jijian and asked her to consume it. "It's Dabai." On the high platform, Lil Wan had closed her eyes and didn't dare to look directly. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that her surroundings were silent. When she opened her eyes, she saw that her young mistress was safe and sound, and that Fu Dabai had arrived in front of her. "It's that servant. He is an expert." Amidst the silence, the Ji family members regained their senses and looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared in the square. Their eyes trembled. Huff huff. Then, someone sucked in a breath of cold air. An expert who had just reached the martial honorable realm was severely injured by the young man who was dressed like a servant. How terrifying was that young man's strength! At the edge of the square, Ji Roheng, Ji Rohuang, Ji Rozi, and Ji Jingchun were shocked when they saw the sudden change in front of them. Swoosh! The space fluctuated and Elder Min, who was on the high platform, quickly appeared beside Xiang Qiran, who was lying on the ground. Elder Min checked his beloved disciple and his face became colder and colder. He stuffed the last pill into his beloved disciple's mouth and sighed. Then, he stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. He said, "Brat, no matter who you are, you will pay the price for what you have done. This is the Ji family's matter. If I were you, I would immediately take your people and leave. Provoking me will not bring you any benefits. The Hehuan school might be able to scare others, but it is useless in front of me." Du Xiaofu looked indifferently at Elder Min. Golden light surged in his eyes and he looked extremely domineering. Nirvana martial honorable realm. Du Xiaofu did not care about this level of cultivation. "You talk big. In the entire Shang province, even if you are a member of the Saiman Sword sect, you would not dare to say such big words. Brat, you are too arrogant." Elder Min's tone was cold, and his aura surged. His hair fluttered behind his back as he stared coldly at Du Xiaofu. His sinister voice seemed to have turned the square into an ice cellar, sending chills down one's spine. "Nirvana martial honorable realm. You better tuck your tail between your legs," Du Xiaofu said in a deep voice with an indifferent gaze. If it were not for the Ji family, he would not have bothered with Elder Min. Haha! Elder Min was an inner sect elder of the Hehuan school, a Nirvana martial honorable realm expert. He was a famous expert in the entire Shang province. At this moment, he was being looked down upon by a junior. Elder Min's ruddy face began to turn pale. His eyes were filled with a cold aura as he stared at Du Xiaofu and laughed. His laughter echoed in the square and caused the sky to tremble. At that moment, everyone was able to sense that Elder Min's cold laughter contained absolute killing intent. "Brat, I hope your strength is as arrogant as your ignorance." When he stopped laughing, Elder Min's face suddenly turned cold. His figure suddenly dashed out. As an inner sect elder of the Hehuan school, Elder Min definitely lived up to his reputation. His Nirvana martial honorable realm cultivation was shocking. Boom! As Elderman dashed out, a vast amount of celestial chi swept out. Runes flickered and pressure rolled out. Then, it condensed into an energy light wheel that was thousands of feet long. TSK! The light wheel condensed without any stagnation. It was as if it had fallen from the 9 heavens. The terrifying pressure caused the entire square to darken. The sky above Tianchuan City suddenly surged with wind and clouds. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. The spectators were all shocked. The expert from the Hehuan school is too strong! Sounds of astonishment could be heard, and some people were dumbfounded. The aura that came from the Hehuan sex expert enveloped the entire Tianchuan City. It was as if doomsday had arrived, and it was so powerful. Elderman did not hold back at all when he attacked. The young man was able to destroy his beloved disciple, Shinkei, in one move. With such terrifying strength, he was definitely not weak. Elderman was an old fox who had lived for hundreds of years. How could he be careless? He used all his strength when he attacked. The terrifying and dazzling energy light wheel dashed towards Du Xiaofu and covered his head in an instant. The terrifying pressure that spread out from the energy light wheel wanted to destroy everything. It caused the surrounding square to crack and spread out. Rumble! The terrifying aura shook the ground. It was indescribably terrifying. Du Xiaofu lifted his eyes slightly and looked at the energy light wheel that was coming towards him. A chill flashed in his clear eyes. A faint golden light flashed in his palm. As the mysterious runes on the talisman moved, it was as if a golden-winged rock was about to rush out from his palm. Chi La! Du Xiaofu did not retreat in the face of the terrifying energy light wheel. He waved his hand and the mysterious runes on the golden runes swept out. They were densely packed and stacked on top of each other. It was as if a golden-winged rock was flapping its wings. Its aura was incomparably domineering. The energy light wheel also destroyed space as it descended. However, it immediately collided with the mysterious runes on the golden runes and collided heavily. Rumble! Instantly, the surrounding space trembled. The energy light wheel began to show signs of collapse. It suddenly started to shatter and turned into broken runes. The energy spread and rushed into the sky. Crash! Countless people in the surroundings could clearly see the energy ripples in the air. It was like a wave as the energy spread out in all directions. Chi! The moment the energy light wheel shattered, Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Eldermin like a ghost. A golden light swept out and headed straight for Eldermin. Humph! Eldermin was not weak. He immediately sensed the golden light that was rushing towards him. His eyes were filled with surprise. He then snorted coldly. It seemed like he did not intend to dodge. As he formed a hand seal, an energy pillar formed and pierced through the void to collide with Lin Fan. Chapter 1155. Bang! When the two collided, there was a muffled sound of energy, causing the runes to shine brightly. Thump thump! However, at the same time, the golden light forced Elder Min's body back. He took a dozen steps in the air before he managed to stabilize his body. PFFF. When Elder Min stabilized his body seemed to have been struck by lightning as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. The gaze on Elder Min's ruddy face suddenly turned into one of fear. A golden light spread from his body, and the golden light became more and more dazzling. No, no! At this moment, Elder Min's eyes, which were filled with murderous intent a moment ago, were filled with deep fear. He looked at Du Xiaofu as if he had seen a ghost. When the golden light in his body became more and more dazzling and flashing crazily, Elder Min's eyes became filled with despair. Bang bang! In an instant, Elder Min's body cracked in the air before exploding. The deep explosion was like the low roar of a wild beast, and it reverberated in the sky above Tianchuan City's plaza. A bloody mist spilled out as energy swept out, and a series of dazzling runes burst forth. Rumble! Amidst the earth-shattering explosion, the entire space seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Then, everything slowly dissipated. Countless gazes around the plaza were dazed, and the surroundings were deathly silent. Gulp, gulp. Soon after, the sound of people sucking in cold air and swallowing their saliva broke the deathly silence. Countless gazes gathered on the young man in the servant's attire. A Nirvana Marshal honorable level expert from Hahuan's school was killed by him with just a wave of his hand. How terrifying was that young man! Oh my God! When the deathly silence was broken, everyone cried out in shock. That can't be a servant! That young man is a super expert! On the high platform, everyone from the Ji family stood up in shock. How could a person who could kill elder men from Hahuan's school be a servant? On the high platform, only Fei Ying was slumped in his seat, his body trembling uncontrollably, his eyes glazed over. Fei Ying had never thought that the young servant was actually such a terrifying super expert. Even elder men couldn't withstand a single blow from him. His strength could be imagined. No wonder his cousin didn't return last night when he went to ambush him. Today, the other party appeared safe and sound. He was afraid that his cousin had met with misfortune. Is this the Bai's power? On the high platform, Lil Wan's face was dazed. Her jaw dropped in shock, and she was unable to close it for a long time. Lil Wan would never have thought that the guy she saved along the way would be so powerful. He was definitely the strongest person she had ever seen in her life. Who the hell are you? You killed a Hahuan school elder and meddled in my family's affairs. My family and Hahuan school will never let you off! Fei Ying gritted his teeth and stood up. His face was pale as he stared at Du Xiaofu in the sky above the square. Humph! However, just as Fei Ying finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's eyes flashed with a cold light. He took a step forward, waved his hand, and a golden light flashed. Then, he slapped across space. Pa! Subsequently, the countless gazes in the surroundings were dumbfounded when they saw the crisp sound of a slap being emitted from Fei Ying's face. A bright red palm print covered half of his face, and blood was about to seep out from it. Pooh! With this slap, Fei Ying immediately spat out a mouthful of blood along with his teeth. His body was directly slapped off the high platform and heavily landed on the ground of the square. Vicious woman, 19 years ago, you secretly killed the 5th young mistress's mother, Madame Yu, and created the illusion that she died during childbirth. A few days ago, you ordered the Emperor of the Phantasms to assassinate the 5th young mistress of the Ji family. Today, you send a voice transmission to Chiran, intending to kill the 5th young mistress of the Ji family. How vicious! Du Xiaofu looked down at Fei Ying, who was struggling to get up. His expression was indifferent, and his voice was cold. What? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the crowd was in an uproar. My mother was also killed. Ji Jian's eyes trembled, and her delicate body trembled. Nonsense, I didn't do anything. I'm the wife of the patriarch of the Ji family. How dare you insult me? The Ji family will never let you off. Fei Ying looked up at Du Xiaofu savagely, one hand covering half of his swollen face. Then, he looked at the people of the Ji family on the high platform and said in a cold and hysterical voice, I'm the wife of the patriarch of the Ji family. Are you going to watch me and the Ji family be insulted without doing anything? Hurry up and kill him, kill that brat. On the high platform, the people of the Ji family looked at each other, their eyes flickering as they looked at Ji Sihai. Ji Sihai had already stood up, his eyes flashing, but he did not make a move. Pa! Du Xiaofu waved his hand, and another slap landed on Fei Ying's face from a distance. Her body was sent flying, and blood spurted from her mouth. My son, my daughter, why aren't you doing anything? Are you going to watch your mother be insulted and beaten to death? Fei Ying stood up, her eyes filled with fear towards Du Xiaofu, and hatred towards the people of the Ji family. She shouted at Ji Jingchun, Ji Jinghong, and the others. Mother! Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, Ji Rosie, and Ji Rahuang recovered from Fei Ying's hysterical voice and were about to rush out. Get the hell back, or you'll die! Du Xiaofu let out a cold shout. His 5 fingers bent slightly as they extended downwards. Profound energy surged out, and a claw mark pierced through space. Under the distortion of space, it suddenly imprisoned Fei Ying and sucked him in front of him. You vicious woman, You want to control the Ji family, so you colluded with your cousin from the Hahuan school and secretly gave birth to Ji Rahong. You want Ji Rahong to become the next head of the Ji family and obtain the Imperial Palace's dragon energy. You are afraid that the fifth miss will ruin your plans, so you want to get rid of her as soon as possible. What else do you have to quibble about now? Du Xiaofu coldly said as he looked at the imprisoned Fei Ying. The second miss of the Ji family is not the flesh and blood of the Ji family? The wife of the head of the Ji family wants to take over the Ji family. Du Xiaofu's words caused another uproar in the square. Ji Jingchun, Ji Rahong, Ji Rosie, and Ji Rohuang were also stunned. These words had a huge impact on them. In particular, Ji Rahong's heart violently trembled as if she had been struck by lightning. No wonder you want second sister to control the Ji family. So that's why, my good mother. Ji Jingchun's gaze and voice trembled, and a cold smile appeared on his pale face. Fei Ying's eyes trembled, and her soul trembled. Her eyes were filled with fear. She did not expect that the brat in front of her would know about these things so clearly. If the Ji family knew about these things, she was afraid that there would be no place for her in the Ji family. Even her relatives from the Hahuan school would not be able to protect her. Venomous slander, you are venomous slander. You have no evidence. How can you say that I did it? Fei Ying's eyes were bloodshot from extreme fear. She began to shout crazily and hysterically. As long as the other party did not have evidence, she would not admit to these things even if she was beaten to death. She knew that as long as the other party did not have evidence, no one could do anything to her. As for evidence, let Ji Rahong and the head of the Ji family do a blood test and everything will be clear. However, there is no need to trouble yourself now. You will admit it yourself, Du Xiaofu said coldly. He waved his hand and shook it in front of him. Suddenly, a purple brilliance filled the void, and a blazing aura descended. Rolling purple flames seeped out of the void and directly covered Fei Ying's body. The aura was extremely hot, as if it could burn everything. In just an instant, Fei Ying let out a blood-curdling scream. The terrifying purple flames were not something that Fei Ying could resist. Fei Ying's cultivation was at the martial royal realm. In front of Du Xiaofu, she was no different from an ant. She did not even have the strength to struggle. Admit what you did. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your soul. Don't test my patience, Du Xiaofu said as he looked indifferently at Fei Ying, who was surrounded by purple flames. Hearing their mother's screams, Ji Rahong, Ji Rohuang, and Ji Rosie's eyes trembled. They wanted to attack, but under the warning, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Ji Jingchun was much more indifferent. It was as if everything had nothing to do with him. Fei Ying screamed. How could he not dare to kill her when he dared to kill an elder of the Hahuan school? I admit it. I did everything. Let me go. I am about to be burned to ashes. Let me go. At this moment, Fei Ying was unable to resist the temperature of the purple flames. Her soul was withering. The pain was unbearable. Her miserable screams made one's hair stand on end. It was really her. What a vicious woman! The people of the Ji family trembled. Over the years, Fei Ying had relied on her connections in the Hahuan school and the power behind her family. The people of the Ji family knew that in their hearts, but they did not dare to say anything. However, the people of the Ji family did not know that Fei Ying was so vicious. Even Ji Rahong was not the biological daughter of the head of the family. This vicious woman wanted to control the Ji family and obtain the imperial dragon chi. Crash! The purple flames dissipated. Fei Ying's body fell. Du Xiaofu waved his sleeve and threw her in front of Ji Jian. At this moment, Fei Ying's clothes were tattered. Her exposed skin was charred black. The purple flames spread from the inside out. Although it did not burn her clothes, her bones, muscles, and internal organs were all burned and withered. Black blood flowed out of her mouth. She was in a sorry state, and her eyes were filled with fear. Du Xiaofu's figure descended from the sky and landed beside Ji Jian. He said, I'll leave her to you. Ji Jian's eyes were already wet with tears. She looked at Fei Ying and asked with a trembling voice. So it was you who killed my mother? And Uncle Lan, why are you so vicious? Vicious, haha, am I vicious, pfff? Fei Ying struggled to get up. Black blood flowed out of her mouth. Her eyes were filled with fear and resentment. She looked straight at Jijian and said, Everything is because of your mother, that lowly servant. Ever since she appeared, your father only cared about her. He was not even willing to touch me. Where did he place me in his heart? In the end, that lowly servant died. Your father did not even look at me. He hid all day long. I hate him. I hate him. I want to obtain the Ji family. I want him to regret it. I want him to kneel in front of me and beg me. Kiki. Fei Ying's cold and sinister laughter, accompanied by the black blood in her mouth, made her look even more mournful and terrifying. Chapter 1156. Translator, H2DH2 Mr. You killed my mother, you killed Uncle Lan, you deserve to die. Facing the true culprit behind Uncle Lan's death, the enemy who had killed her mother whom she had never even met, Jijian glared at Fei Ying, her eyes cold. Du Xiaofu looked at Fei Ying, then casually swept his gaze across the sky. Haha! Ji Tao, I know you must be nearby. You must be worried about this lowly servant girl. Don't tell me you don't even have the courage to come out now. Fei Ying struggled to get up. She looked up into the sky and laughed bitterly. Is the patriarch of the Ji family really here? Many people in the square looked around. The Ji Tao that Fei Ying had called out was the name of the current patriarch of the Ji family. It's all my fault for being a coward, all my fault. A calm voice came from the sky above the square. That voice caused many people's gazes to change. Then, the figure of a middle-aged man appeared in midair and slowly landed not far from Jijian. This middle-aged man was dressed in a loose robe and had a slender figure. His long black hair was a little messy, but his face was well-defined. He must have been a handsome man when he was young. The patriarch is here. Following the appearance of this middle-aged man, many people in the Ji family were in an uproar. The patriarch had not appeared in the family for the past 20 years. Facing the sudden appearance of the middle-aged man, Du Xiaofu raised his head slightly and narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised. His brows twitched slightly as he looked towards Jijian. Jijian's eyes were fixed on the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared. Her gaze trembled, somewhat dazed. Then, there were some fluctuations, but she quickly regained her composure. The middle-aged man looked at Jijian. Under his messy hair, his eyes were apologetic, happy, and finally, complicated. Ji Tao, you've finally appeared, tsk tisk. Fei Ying looked at the middle-aged man and laughed coldly. Her expression was savage and twisted, hysterical. You're too vicious. My tolerance towards you has made you want a yard after taking an inch. I regret it so much. The middle-aged man turned back and looked at the hysterical Fei Ying. His eyes were red with remorse. Regret? Haha, what a joke. This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Fei Ying laughed shrilly, her voice sharp and ear-piercing. She glared at Ji Tao, her eyes filled with cold resentment. Back then, your Ji family took a fancy to my Fei family's background in Huan school, so you married me. But in the end, you met that slut and gave birth to a little slut. You never touched me again, and you didn't even look at me in the end. I hate you. I want to control the life and death of the Ji family. I want revenge. I want you to kneel before me and beg me one day. Do you really think that I don't know about the matter between you and your cousin? You secretly killed Jian's mother. Did you really think that I didn't notice at all? Ji Tao looked at Fei Ying, his eyes filled with desolation. I was in love with Jian's mother, but in the end I killed her. In order to protect Jian, I could only treat her coldly. I didn't even dare to look at her because I was afraid that you would go crazy and not even let her off. But after so many years, you have become even more vicious. This time, you are still as vicious and merciless as before. As his voice fell, the middle-aged man slowly glanced sideways at Jijian and said, All of this is because of my cowardice. Your mother died because of me. Because of me, you've suffered since you were young. I'm sure you hate me now. Ji Jian's eyes trembled. She stared at her father and asked, You knew that my mother was killed, but you didn't avenge her. Have you ever truly loved my mother in your heart? Ji Tao looked at Ji Jian. He was stunned for a moment before he nodded and replied, I loved her deeply. Then why didn't you avenge my mother? Ji Jian's eyes were moist. Strength. I wasn't strong enough. The Ji family wasn't strong enough. Ji Tao stared at Ji Jian. Child, I know you hate me, but I've always been worried about you in my heart. Now that you've grown up, I can finally be at ease. Remember, cultivate well in the future. Only by becoming an expert will you be able to protect everyone around you. I have never hated you. Ji Jian looked at her father and shook her head. Tears welled up in her eyes as she said, In my memories, even your shadow is blurred. How can I hate you? I wish so much that I could hate you, but I don't even have any memories of you. How can I hate you? Hearing this, Ji Tao was stunned. His eyes were lifeless. Nonsense, haha, Ji Tao is talking nonsense. Fei Ying's voice was ear-piercing. She laughed coldly and said, Your Ji family wants to rely on my Fei family's influence in the Hahuan school. In the end, you say that you are not strong enough. Laughable, too laughable. Looking at Ji Jian, Ji Tao sighed. He raised his head and looked at Du Xiaofu. He said, You and I don't know each other, but since you came here for Jian, you must have a deep relationship with her. I didn't fulfill my responsibilities as a father, causing her to be helpless for 19 years. Today, I entrust Jian to you. I hope that you can take good care of her for the rest of her life. This is a father's wish, and I hope that you can fulfill it. Du Xiaofu looked at Ji Tao and said, I promised an old man in my heart that I would protect her. Then I am at ease. Ji Tao nodded. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. He turned to look at Fei Ying and said, The Ji family wants to rely on the Fei family to strengthen their influence. Your Fei family also wants to ally with the Ji family to strengthen their influence in the Hahuan school. It is mutually beneficial. But all of this is because I am weak and have too many misgivings. All these years, I have been giving in and working hard to cultivate. I hope that one day, I will become a true expert and no longer have to worry about your Fei family. Ha ha! Fei Ying laughed maniacally. She looked at Ji Tao with hatred and said, So what? That lowly girl wants to kill me. You know the consequences. Does your Ji family really dare to touch me? If I die, my Fei family and the Hahuan school will definitely raise your Ji family to the ground and wash your Ji family with blood. You killed Ziyan's mother and secretly colluded with your cousin. Even Hong'er isn't my flesh and blood. If this matter is brought to the all-pleasure sect, your Fei family won't be able to defend themselves. My Ji family isn't someone who can be trampled on. Ji Tao sighed and walked towards Fei Ying. The coldness in his eyes grew stronger. Ji Tao, what are you trying to do? If you dare to touch me, the Fei family will definitely wash your Ji family with blood. At that moment, Fei Ying seemed to have sensed something and she retreated in a sorry state. If I don't become weak, I will avenge Jian's mother. As Ji Tao's voice fell, a bright rune rushed out from his palm and released the pressure. The aura of the early martial honorable realm exploded and landed on Fei Ying's body like lightning. Bang! A low explosion sounded and the space trembled. Fei Ying's eyes were filled with hatred and despair. Then, her body exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Not far away, Ji Rozi, Ji Rahong and Ji Rahuang were stunned when they saw this scene. Ji Xingchuan's eyes were calm and his expression was indifferent. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows and looked at the scene in front of him quietly. Members of the Ji family, listen up. As the family head of the Ji family, I pass the position of family head to Ji Jian. If there is anyone who disagrees, the elders of the family can kill them. Ji Tao looked around the square and his voice echoed in the square. Family head. On the high platform, the members of the Ji family trembled and they seemed to have sensed something. There is no need to say any more. Our Ji family is not strong enough. Someone has to answer to Huan's school. Ji Tao waved his hands towards the platform. After that, he turned and stared at Ji Jian as a smile appeared on his face. Jian, I've already avenged your mother. After so many years, your mother must be very lonely. It's about time for me to go down and accompany her. Boom! As his voice fell, Ji Tao's body shook and a terrifying aura swept out. No! At that moment, Ji Jian seemed to have sensed something and her face changed. She shouted and was about to rush out. It's too late. It's too dangerous. Retreat! Du Xiaofu's silhouette blocked Ji Jian's path, his eyes trembling as he stared ahead. Bang! In the next second, a dazzling rune spread out from Ji Tao's body. A terrifying aura rushed out and his body exploded. Walala! Monstrous energy swept out and shook half the sky. A large part of the square was shattered and the ground shook as if there was an earthquake. Ji Tao's body turned into a bloody mist and scattered across the square. Family head! The members of the Ji family shouted and their eyes trembled. This result was beyond their expectations. The family head of the Ji family committed suicide. The family head of the Ji family used this method to answer to Huan's school. He wants to protect the Ji family. Around the square, countless people were also dumbfounded, and countless people sighed. Ji Jian's eyes were filled with tears. A teardrop flowed down her cheek and dripped onto the square. Chapter 1157. Dusk was dim, and the setting sun was as red as blood. The golden setting sun on the edge of Tianchuan City shone in all directions, blinding everyone's eyes. It was like a dream. When the last ray of the setting sun merged with the silhouette of the distant mountain range, the golden light shone brightly in the sky, swallowing the heavens and the earth. The Ji family tournament had ended, but the final result surprised everyone. The news quickly spread throughout Tianchuan City. The head of the Ji family, Ji Tao, had killed Fei Ying with his own hands and then self-destructed. The second daughter of the Ji family was not of the Ji family. This news immediately caused a commotion in Tianchuan City. The fifth daughter of the Ji family, Ji Jian, had become the next head of the Ji family. Beside her was a mysterious young man with monstrous strength and mysterious origins, making people think of him. As the sun set in the west, Ji Jian stood quietly in the courtyard of the Ji family mansion. Her eyes were wet. It's all in the past. Du Xiaofu stood behind Ji Jian, quietly accompanying her until night fell. Big brother Dabai, did I do something wrong? Ji Jian turned around and threw herself into Du Xiaofu's arms. The tears in her eyes finally flowed out uncontrollably. You didn't do anything. This has nothing to do with you. Everything will get better in the future. Du Xiaofu gently hugged the woman in his arms and comforted her. She did not have a mother by her side since she was young. Today, she met her father. Although they were strangers, they were connected by blood. Seeing her father explode in front of her eyes, Du Xiaofu could easily imagine how Ji Jian felt. A long time later, Ji Jian finally stopped sobbing and got up from Du Xiaofu's embrace. She used her sleeve to wipe away the tears at the corner of her eyes. Her eyes shone brightly as she said, Big brother Big White, you're right, I must become stronger in the future. I must cultivate well and become a true expert. Du Xiaofu nodded with a smile. Ji Jian looked up at the man in front of her and said, If I'm not wrong, Big brother Dabai should be leaving soon, right? I still have things to do. If fate wills it, we will naturally meet again in the future. Du Xiaofu smiled. Ji Jian's eyes rippled. She wanted to say something but hesitated. Then, she smiled beautifully and said, No matter where we are, you will always be my big brother Dabai. Yes, no matter where I am, I will always be your big brother Dabai. Du Xiaofu nodded and said with a smile, Before I leave, I'll give you a good fortune. I hope you can go even further in the future and become a true expert soon. After a while, Du Xiaofu set up a restriction in the room. Then, under the astonished gazes of Ji Jian and Xiao Wan in the room, Du Du Xiaofu's palm rippled with misty spatial ripples and turned into a spatial hole. A huge suction force gushed out and pulled the two girls in. The Ji family competition came to an end. However, the family head's self-destruction caused the entire Ji family to be immersed in grief. However, in the entire Du family, no one would treat the young man who was originally dressed like a servant as a servant anymore. During these days, Ji Jian and another old man, who was said to be an expert of the Ji family who had come out of seclusion, went to the old mansion to visit Du Xiaofu. They also wanted to discuss the matter of the family head with Ji Jian, but Du Xiaofu stopped them outside the door. During these 3 days, Du Xiaofu stayed in the room to adjust his breathing and comprehend ultimacy. 3 days later, when Ji Jian and Xiao Wan reappeared in the room, Xiao Wan was already in the mysterious martial marquee realm. At this moment, although Xiao Wan had been in the desolate ancient space for a month, her white jade-like skin was imperceptibly emitting a purple-gold light. Her eyes were surging with joy. She knew best how much benefit she had gained. Ji Jian's eyes were faintly flashing with purple-gold electric arcs. Her aura was already close to the peak of the 7 stars realm. Most importantly, the invisible aura of her spiritual root had improved greatly. Du Xiaofu smiled. He was not surprised by the improvement of the two girls. Du Xiaofu placed the two girls in the desolate ancient space. Under the purple-gold thunder of the purple thunder profound cauldron, their martial veins and spiritual roots were strengthened. Their strength also improved a lot. However, what level they could reach in the future would depend on themselves. The benefits you have gained are not to be divulged to others. These are for you. If you succeed in comprehending them, it will be beneficial to your cultivation in the future. As his voice fell, Du Xiaofu gave several jade slips to Xiao Wan and Ji Jian. They recorded some beast martial skills, mysterious soul eyes, and talisman arrays. At night, in the sky above the night sky, the stars twinkled. Brother Dabai, are you leaving tomorrow? In the courtyard, looking at the young man beside her, Ji Jian's beautiful eyes were filled with ripples. It was as if half a lifetime of misty rain had been contained in them. I will leave early tomorrow morning. Help me keep an eye on little Xingxing. Du Xiaofu nodded and instructed Ji Jian. He had already asked Ji Jian to help him find out about little Xingxing. No problem. I will ask someone to help me find out. I will definitely find the person Brother Dabai is looking for as soon as possible. Ji Jian nodded and looked at the man in front of her with a faint smile. On her beautiful face, her cherry lips curled into a perfect arc. There was an unfathomable expression in her eyes that was hard to detect. Then, a trace of light flashed in Ji Jian's eyes and disappeared immediately. There was a trace of reluctance in the bottom of her heart. Girl, you must cultivate well in the future and become a true expert as soon as possible. Don't be so kind anymore. Du Xiaofu glanced sideways at Ji Jian and said, kindness was a double-edged sword. If one was hurt while being kind, then what was the point of being kind? No one would care about tears in this world. Hearing this, Ji Jian's eyes were as clear as water. She smiled and said, I will remember Brother Dabai's words. Du Xiaofu nodded and smiled. His gaze was focused on the back of the mountain that was covered by the night sky. It seemed to be a barren mountain. When Du Xiaofu first arrived at the Ji residence a few days ago, he had already noticed the back of the mountain. Faintly, there seemed to be a special aura coming from the back of the mountain. What is that place? Looking at the back of the mountain, Du Xiaofu asked Ji Jian. I heard that it is an ominous place. It is a land of death. That is why no one lives in the Ji residence, and no one goes there. I have never set foot there either. Ji Jian looked at the back of the mountain and said, when she was young, she had heard that it was a land of death. When she was young, she had been tricked into going there. However, halfway there, she felt a terrifying aura and immediately ran back. A land of death. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows slightly. His eyes shone brightly in the night sky. Then, his figure flashed, and he rushed toward the back of the mountain. Brother Dabai. Ji Jian hesitated for a moment. Then, she also moved and immediately followed after him. Under the cover of the moonlight, the back of the Ji residence looked even more barren. The mountain top stretched out without a single blade of grass. It was like a land of death. The mountain top was dry and covered with sand and rocks. On top of a pile of sand, there was a rectangular stone. Du Xiaofu stood on the sand and looked at the stone in a daze. Then, with a wave of his hand, a golden light flashed in his palm. Instantly, a series of palm prints hit the stone on both sides. Bang, bang, bang! Du Xiaofu's palm prints landed one after another. With a rumbling sound, sand and rocks flew everywhere. Ji Jian's figure landed at the side. Seeing Du Xiaofu hit the mountain top, although she was puzzled, she did not ask. She stood quietly at the side and waited. The entire mountain top was cracking and collapsing. Not long after, the mountain top was flattened by Du Xiaofu. After the sand and rocks fell, the mountain top collapsed. A stone tablet, several feet tall, stood tall and unshakable. The remaining half of the stone tablet seemed to be buried deep in the ground. The stone tablet was mottled, as if it came from ancient times. It emitted a faint ancient aura. This ancient stone tablet seemed to have existed for countless years. There were many intricate cracks on it. When Du Xiaofu saw the stone tablet that was revealed at this moment, his body trembled, and his clear eyes narrowed slightly. Why is there another stone tablet here? When Ji Jian saw the stone tablet that Du Xiaofu found, her eyes were filled with surprise. I didn't expect the Ji family to have a third stone tablet. My luck is really good. His eyes narrowed. Then, Du Xiaofu's clear eyes revealed a smile. Du Xiaofu could naturally recognize this ancient mottled stone tablet. It was exactly the same as the stone tablet in the barren mountain of the Du family, and the ancient golden space of the ancient heaven sect. In the Du family stone tablet, there was a vast and boundless tyrannical fist Tao. In the ancient heaven sect stone tablet, Du Xiaofu comprehended the tyrannical sword Tao. And now, Du Xiaofu was looking forward to seeing the third stone tablet. He wondered what kind of profound mysteries it contained. Jian, I want to borrow the Ji family stone tablet to go into seclusion for a period of time. I will set up a seal to prevent the Ji family from coming near. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands and channeled the energy of heaven and earth. Then, he set up a powerful seal on the mountain behind the Ji family. Whoosh! With a tap of his foot, Du Xiaofu's figure flew out and entered the seal. Does that stone tablet contain a divine ability? Ji Jian was puzzled and stood quietly in front of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh. After a while, Du Xiaofu's action of raising the mountain to the ground alarmed many experts of the Ji family. They immediately flew over. Big Brother Dabai is in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb him. No one is allowed to come near. Ji Jian warned, preventing the Ji family from coming near. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since the Ji family grand competition came to an end. In Tianchuan City, news spread. The elders of the Ji family had passed the final decision. According to the previous family head, Ji Jian had become the youngest family head of the Ji family. At this time, Ji Jian had already gone to the two empires to absorb the dragon chi under the escort of the Ji family's experts. Chapter 1158. The mountains were connected, and the deep valleys were surrounded by quiet ponds. The peaks were clustered in front and behind, with varying heights. They stood tall and straight like a cauldron, supporting the blue sky. There was a huge main peak, beautiful and jade green, piled high with clouds. On 3 sides of the mountain peak, there were cliffs with tigers crouching and dragons coiling. On all 4 sides there were the cries of apes and cranes, and there was the murmuring of flowing water. Inside the stream, there was the sound of a jade pendant, and outside the stream, there was a waterfall. An elegant palace building was built against the mountain, revealing its outline amidst the lush greenery. In the quiet courtyard, a pale-faced young man in luxurious clothes stood respectfully. His aura was weak. It was Xiang Qiran, who had his Dantian spirit watchtower destroyed by Du Xiaofu 20 days ago in Tianchuan City. At this moment, only Ji Ruohong was present in the courtyard. The other large men and old men all had gloomy expressions on their faces. Chilliness was fluctuating in their eyes. Chi. In the courtyard, a young man condensed a hand seal, and several finger seals landed on Xiang Qiran's body. Then, for some reason, he frowned. This young man looked to be about 28 or 29 years old. His smooth and fair face revealed a clear and angular outline. His body was covered in a dark purple satin, and his figure was extremely graceful. Under his long and curly eyelashes, a pair of eyes that were as clear as morning dew carried a faint charm. The charm in the man's eyes was not only capable of bewitching all women, it could even cause the hearts of men to waver. This external force is too tyrannical. It destroyed the divine watchtower and can no longer be restored. When the young man withdrew his hand, Chao Lu's eyes narrowed and she muttered to herself, "The aura of the golden-winged rock." If Du Xiaofu was here, he would definitely recognize that the charming young man was the expert who had hunted him and Dongli Qingqing in Tianhuang mainland back then. "Headmaster, the Ji clan crippled my grandson and killed the headmaster of our Hahuan school. They must pay the price. Otherwise, how can our Hahuan school establish itself in Shangzhou in the future?" An old man with white hair at his temples had a cold look in his eyes. The crippled Xiang Qiran was his great-grandson, the most talented descendant of the Xiang family in the past 300 years. Over the years, the Xiang family had invested all their resources on Xiang Qiran. Xiang Qiran had lived up to their expectations. He had already made a name for himself among the younger generation, and was ranked in the top 3 among his peers in Hahuan's school. But they didn't expect that Xiang Qiran would be crippled in the Ji family this time. How could the Xiang family tolerate this? I already know the ins and outs of this matter. The head of the Ji family, Ji Tao, has already self-destructed. The Ji family has also written a letter to explain everything. If our Hahuan school still wants to touch the Ji family, I'm afraid that those who have pledged their allegiance to our Hahuan school will feel uneasy and panic. The charming young man's voice was clear. His gaze swept across the people in the hall. His hair was tied up in a high bun, and his long hair flowed down his back like flowing water. He frowned slightly and looked at Ji Ruohong beside him. He asked, "What is the cultivation level and appearance of that Fu Debai? Is he related to your Ji family?" "Headmaster, that Fu Debai has nothing to do with the Ji family. It was that little, my 5th sister, who brought him back. I don't know his cultivation level, but he killed my master in one move. He looks to be about 22 or 23 years old. He has long black hair and a domineering aura. His eyes are suffused with a golden light, making people not dare to look directly at him." Ji Ruohong's body trembled as she faced the charming young man. She told him everything she knew. 22 or 23 years old. He has long black hair and a domineering aura. Hearing this, the charming young man's gaze darkened. Under his long sleeves, his hands slightly clenched into fists. "Headmaster, even if this matter has nothing to do with the Ji family, we can't let that Fu Debai go," the old man from the Xiang family said coldly. His most valued grandson had been crippled. Naturally, he wouldn't let him go. The charming young man nodded and said to the old man from the Xiang family, "Of course we can't let him go. If Elder Xiang is interested, then please go there personally. It would be best if you can capture him alive and bring him back to the sect." "Yes, headmaster." The old man from the Xiang family nodded. He signaled with his eyes and immediately left with a few people from the Xiang family. "Ji Ruohong, that Fu Debai you mentioned was brought back to the Ji family by your 5th sister?" Seeing the people from the Xiang family leave, the charming young man asked Ji Ruohong. "According to what I know, that Fu Debai was indeed brought back by my 5th sister." Ji Ruohong nodded. She didn't dare to look directly at the charming young man. She lowered her head and hesitated. She slightly gritted her teeth, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. She said, "Headmaster, my 5th sister has Emperor spiritual roots and is extremely talented. She is not even 20 years old. If she can enter our Hahuan school and be nurtured by the Hahuan school, I'm afraid that in less than 5 years she will shock her peers in Shangzhou." Emperor's spiritual roots. She is indeed very talented. The charming young man looked at Ji Rahong and smiled. Then let's do it this way. Follow Elder Xiang back to the Ji family to make arrangements. After that, I will send people to the Ji family to bring your fifth sister back to the Hehuan school and nurture her properly. The charming young man's smile had a kind of beauty that didn't differentiate between gender. It was soul-stirring. However, looking at the charming young man's smile, Ji Rahong felt a chill for no reason. She couldn't help but shiver. This disciple will take her leave first. Feeling a chill in her heart for no reason, Ji Rahong immediately took her leave. As she turned around, a cold smile appeared on her face. As long as she brought Ji Jian back to the Hehuan school, her maternal grandmother, the Fei family, and the Xiang family would not let her off. No matter how talented she was, she might not even be able to survive in the end. Ji Jian, do you think that this matter is already set in stone? The Ji family will not be yours. When the time comes, there will naturally be people who will deal with you. Outside the courtyard, Ji Rahong's eyes were filled with coldness. She then flew into the air and left. That little girl is scheming. She wants to use someone else to do her dirty work. After Ji Rahong left, a beautiful figure quietly appeared in the main hall. It was a beautiful woman in her 30s. She was dressed in white and her face was lightly powdered. Her eyebrows and the corners of her eyes were full of lust. Her watery eyes looked as if they were about to drip water. She had a faint smile that was enough to move the hearts of all men. This little girl is too scheming. I'm afraid that her cultivation will not be too high in the future. The charming young man gently retracted his gaze and looked at the beautiful woman. Senior sister, may I trouble you to make a trip? The Ji family has an emperor's spiritual root. It is worth nurturing. If other forces find out and take her away, it will be a loss to the Hehuan school. Sect Master, didn't junior brother already send Elder Xiang? Are you afraid that the old man won't be able to bring back a little girl? The beautiful woman looked at the charming young man. Her watery eyes intentionally or unintentionally emitted a lustful light. The charming young man was unmoved. He smiled faintly and said, This time, the Xiang family wanted to obtain the remaining imperial qi from the Ji family, and poach the Ji family from the Fei family to strengthen their influence in the Manchu. However, they went for wool and came home shorn. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that even if Elder Xiang personally went to the Ji family, it would be difficult to bring back food to buy. Senior sister, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip. It would be best if you could reach the Ji family before the Xiang family and not alert too many people. Bring that girl with the Emperor's spiritual root back to the Manchu. Sect Master, could it be that you know the person who attacked the Ji family? Is he a friend or foe? The beautiful woman's thick eyebrows were somewhat puzzled. I can't be sure yet. The charming young man slightly raised his eyes and murmured. Friend or foe, he can't be a friend. The Ji family. It had been a month since the Ji family competition. The disturbance caused by the competition had gradually subsided under the Ji family's secret suppression. In the back mountain of the Ji family, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged in front of the ancient stone tablet with his eyes closed. His resolute face and thick eyebrows were like swords. He had maintained the same posture for an entire month. In front of the ancient stone tablet, Du Xiaofu was like an old monk in meditation. There was no sound around him, as if he had passed away in meditation. However, if one were to observe carefully, they would discover that Du Xiaofu was completely immersed in a certain state. It was as if the surrounding space had merged with his body. There was an inexplicable aura slowly fluctuating from his body. The back mountain of our Ji family is a wasteland where not even a blade of grass grows. There is only a stone tablet that has existed for who knows how many years. Could it be that the stone tablet is a treasure? Outside the back mountain, looking at the faintly discernible restriction seal from afar, Ji Sihai's aged face revealed some astonishment. I'm afraid it's Yien's friend. He must have discovered something. That's why he has been in seclusion for so long. Beside Ji Sihai, there was an old man. His eyes flickered with fluctuations. He was dressed in plain clothes and had short black hair. He looked to be in his 70s, but he looked extremely young. If that stone tablet is really a treasure, then our G family has missed out on it. G.C. Hai's heart ached. If that ancient stone tablet was really a treasure, then it was equivalent to missing out on it. He couldn't help but feel some reluctance in his heart. That ancient stone tablet has existed in the back mountain for who knows how long. Even the ancestors of our G family have never discovered anything from it. If Shi Yan's friend really discovered something from the stone tablet, then it is also an opportunity. It means that the treasure is not fated with us. Hearing this, the old man's eyes flickered. Based on Ji Yan's friend's age and strength, he must have an extraordinary background. If he really obtained something from our Ji family, then he will definitely owe us a favor. At that time, it will also be beneficial to our Ji family. His strength is indeed powerful. I wonder where he comes from? Thinking back to the Ji family grand competition where that young man killed the Hehuan school's elderman in a single move, G.C. Hai still felt some lingering fear and couldn't help but be shocked. Suddenly, the old man raised his head and looked at the sky in front of the Ji family. His brows furrowed and his expression turned serious. There are many experts coming. They seem to be from the Hehuan school. Chapter 1159. Someone from Hehuan school is here. Hearing this, G.C. Hai's expression changed drastically. Ji family, listen up. Hand over food to buy, or else Hehuan school will raise the Ji family to the ground and bathe Tianchuan city in blood. An astonishing shout rang out at the same time as G.C. Hai's voice fell. The sound waves shook the entire Tianchuan city, echoing endlessly in the sky above the Ji family. Someone strong came from Hehuan school. Is it because of the Ji family tournament? Are Hehuan school and the Ji family going to have a falling out? There's going to be a good show. Perhaps the Ji family will be razed to the ground today and become history. Tianchuan city was abuzz with discussion, and many people rushed towards the Ji family. Roar! Outside the Ji family, demonic beasts roared and birds flapped their wings. Dozens of figures flew over, their auras descending upon Tianchuan city. The terrifying auras caused the entire Tianchuan city to tremble. Under the terrifying auras, the Ji family disciples felt weak all over. Their eyes trembled in midair, and the Xian Qi in their bodies seemed to solidify. I wonder which elder of the Ji family has come. Please excuse me for not going out to meet you. In the next moment, G.C. Hai and an old man appeared outside the Ji family. Seeing the dozens of figures descending, their expressions turned serious. Among the dozens of people, G.C. Hai and the others could feel a few martial honorable auras. Especially the one at the front, an old man with white hair at his temples. His aura quietly froze the void, causing the space around him to ripple and distort, affecting the energy of heaven and earth around him. He was a terrifying expert. Granduncle, the elders of Hehuan school are only here to find food to buy. To prevent any casualties in the Ji family, please hand over food to buy. Ji Ruohong walked out from the crowd. She had come with the Xiang family. This time, she wanted to kill Fu Debai to avenge her fiancé. She also wanted to take Ji Jian away. The Ji family would be hers in the end. She still had the Hehuan school to support her. Ruohong! G.C. Hai's eyes darkened. Although Ji Ruohong had not really done the blood test and there was no way to do so now, the entire Ji family and Tianchuan city believed that Ji Ruohong was not of the Ji family's bloodline. For the sake of their reputation, the Ji family did not really pursue the matter and could only turn a blind eye. If they really pursued the matter, the Ji family would be the one to lose face. When they saw Ji Ruohong leading the Hehuan school's experts over in an overbearing manner, the entire Ji family's members had gloomy and displeased expressions. The old man next to G.C. Hai walked out and said to the old man from the Xiang clan, Fu Debai is no longer in our Ji clan and has nothing to do with our Ji clan. This elder is one step too late. What a good Ji clan. We could have become in-laws, but you crippled my grandson. Do you think I'm easy to trick again? The Xiang family elder's eyes were cold and scarlet. He didn't believe the words of the Ji family elder. The fact that his most valued grandson had been crippled caused the Xiang family elder to bear a grudge against the Ji family. The sect leader had not allowed him to deal with the Ji family, and he was worried that he wouldn't have the chance. His gaze locked onto the old man. In the next instant, a cold light flashed in the Xiang family elder's eyes. He jumped off his demonic beast and turned into a streak of lightning as he attacked the Ji family elder. The old man from the Xiang clan was so powerful that his every move froze the space. Wherever he passed, the space distorted. A vast and fierce aura suddenly collapsed on the old man from the Ji clan. Faced with the sudden attack, the Ji family elder's gaze turned serious. The tip of his foot pushed off the void and his body was about to retreat. Humph, the martial honorable realm is mysterious. Your speed isn't enough. Just as the Ji family elder was retreating, the Xiang family elder shouted. His figure had already appeared in front of the Ji family elder. He waved his hand and clawed at the Ji family elder's vital points. The old man from the Xiang family was filled with killing intent. He didn't plan on letting the old man from the Ji family go. Boom! In midair, under the suppression of all kinds of auras, the old man from the Ji clan had nowhere to retreat to and could only face the attack head-on. He waved his fist and bright runes gathered on his fist. Then, with the faint roar of a monster, he activated his beast energy and turned it into a huge shadow of a giant tortoise, blocking the old man's claw. Chi-la! The giant tortoise shadow was easily torn to pieces by the claw. The runes exploded and it couldn't withstand a single blow. You overestimate yourself. The Xiang family elder shouted. His figure appeared like a ghost, and he sent out a palm. The space in front of him shattered and it was about to land on the Ji family elder's chest. With the Ji family elder's mysterious martial honorable realm strength, if he was hit by the Xiang family elder's palm, he would be doomed. Even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Roar! Suddenly, at this critical moment, a dragon's roar resounded, and a fist wrapped in golden light appeared out of thin air, directly colliding with the Xiang clan elder's palm. Bang! A muffled sound of energy reverberated in the air. Dazzling runes shot out, and a terrifying energy ripple swept out. The powerful gale caused the old man from the Xiang clan to stagger back a few steps. Dang dang! The figure staggered back a few steps. A golden light wrapped around the figure of a golden dragon appeared in the sky above the Ji family. It was an elder who looked to be in his 90s. His white hair reached his shoulders and he wore a dragon robe. The aura around the elder distorted the void. That terrifying aura caused the clouds to surge in the sky above the Ji family. It released a golden light like a rising sun. Greetings to the ancestor! Seeing this old man, Ji Si-hai and the Ji clan's elders immediately revealed looks of joy and saluted. Greetings to the elder! On the ground of the Ji family, the Ji family disciples immediately bowed respectfully. It was the first time that most of the Ji family disciples knew that the Ji family had such a terrifying ancestor. The Xiang family elder raised his head and looked at the elder in the dragon robe. His expression immediately changed and he cried out involuntarily. Ji Tangjie, you really haven't reached your limit. Xiang Huangshan, even you haven't reached your limit. Naturally, I still have a long way to go. If you want to touch my Ji family, I'm afraid you aren't strong enough. The elder in the dragon robe said in a deep voice. He was surrounded by the imperial palace's draconic aura and had a great majesty. Ji Tangjie, I only want food to buy. If you stop me, don't blame me for raising the Ji family to the ground today. You can stop me alone, but you can't stop the people I brought. Raising the Ji family to the ground today is a piece of cake. Xian Huangshan looked at Ji Tangjie with a serious chill. He had rushed to Tianchuan City from the Hahuan school. How could he return empty-handed? Boom! As Xiang Huangshan's voice fell, the auras of the experts from the Xiang family and the Hahuan school behind him exploded. Their auras soared into the sky, causing Tianchuan City to be engulfed in wind and clouds, covering the light and plunging the city into darkness. Ji Tangjie, hand him over or start a war. Make your choice! Xiang Huangshan shouted coldly. He wasn't afraid of Ji Tangjie. The experts he had brought were enough to raise the Ji family to the ground. Ji Si Hai, the elder of the Ji family, and the other experts from the Ji family were solemn. Everyone knew that once they started a war, the Ji family would definitely be bathed in blood. Ji Tangjia was deep in thought. His eyes were shining with a golden light. No one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Everyone, hand over food to buy. Otherwise, the Ji family will cease to exist today. You've put me in a difficult position. Ji Rahong opened her mouth and said to the Ji family members who were looking at each other with solemn eyes. Bitch, you don't have the bloodline of the Ji family. The Ji family raised you. Today, you've brought people to attack the Ji family. Some of the Ji family members were furious and shouted at Ji Rahong. Hearing this, Ji Rahong's face turned gloomy and unsightly. Her eyes were filled with coldness. Second miss, Fu Dabai is in seclusion at the back of the mountain. He hasn't left the Ji family. In the Ji family, Ji Rosie's maid, Chiolan, said loudly. She held a grudge against Fu Dabai for slapping her in the face and thought that she would never have the chance to take revenge in this lifetime. Ji Jian was already the head of the family. In this lifetime, she would never have the chance to stand out. Seeing the situation at the Huan school, Chiolan knew that her chance had come. Humph, what a Ji family! Xiang Huangshan naturally heard Chiolan's words. He immediately snorted and looked at the Ji family members. He shouted coldly, Go to the back of the Ji family's mountain. Kill anyone who dares to stop you. Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiang Huangshan's figure soared into the sky and entered the Ji family without any scruples. Boom! In the Huan school, the top powers of the Xiang family rode on their demonic beast mounts. They roared and their auras exploded as they forced their way into the Ji family. The top powers of the Ji family looked at each other, but no one dared to stop them. Bitch, you don't know your place. You deserve to die. High up in the sky, Ji Tangju looked at Chiolan, who had just spoken. He patted the air and a dazzling golden rune fell from the sky like a golden thunderbolt. Boom! There was a muffled explosion. Chiolan did not know what had happened and her soul was destroyed. Ji Tangju's face turned serious as he looked at the back of the mountain. In a flash, he broke through the sky. This is bad. Ji Si Hai and the mysterious martial honorable old man looked at each other, and the two of them also rushed to the back of the mountain. At the back of the mountain, Xiang Huangshan and the rest landed and looked ahead. Xiang Huangshan and the rest saw that the space in front of them was slightly distorted. There was a faint fluctuation of runes, which caused the air to fluctuate slightly. It was an extraordinary seal. Chapter 1160. Seal restriction? Break it! Xiang Huangshan's face darkened as he waved his hand and signaled to his back. Then, he raised his palm. Swoosh, swoosh. As Xiang Huangshan's palm fell, two figures appeared behind him, stepping on the void. Their auras exploded as their faces darkened. Their auras were sharp. One of them was at the mysterious martial honorable realm while the other was at the nirvana realm. Both of them unleashed violent attacks as they crashed into the seal in front of them. Rumble, rumble! As the two attacks fiercely landed, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted in the sky in front of them. The space trembled as the surrounding space started to distort. Space ripples surged. However, the seal that was revealed was on the verge of collapse, but it did not shatter. The two of them joined forces to attack, but they did not even manage to break the seal. This caused the two experts from the Huan school to have their faces darkened. Just as the two of them were about to continue attacking, Xiang Huangshan's figure appeared in front of them. In the next moment, Xiang Huangshan's eyes suddenly became ruthless. He waved his hand, and a majestic force swept out from his palm, causing the surrounding space to tremble. In the end, it landed on the seal forcefully. Boom! On Du Xiaofu's seal, rays of light intertwined as runes flickered and turned into a light screen. Under the impact of the huge force, a crack finally appeared on the light screen. The power of the attacks rained down on Huangshan, causing the seals to tremble violently. Then, they cracked and completely shattered. Walala! The broken runes swept across the sky and almost razed the surrounding barren mountains to the ground, turning them into ruins. After the violent energy fluctuation, everything calmed down. A barren mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The barren mountain had been razed to the ground, and there was an ancient stone tablet on the barren mountain. A young man in servant's clothing sat cross-legged in front of the stone tablet. His eyes were closed, and there was no aura around him. It was as though he had passed away. "He is Fu Dabai!" Jirahong cried out in alarm. She would never forget the young man in front of the stone tablet. It was the terrifying Fu Dabai who had killed Elder Min in a single move. What is that brat doing? Could it be that the stone tablet is a treasure that contains divine abilities? Xiang Huangshan curiously looked at Du Xiaofu. He tried to observe the stone tablet from afar, but he couldn't see anything. Acting all mysterious, kill that brat! Xiang Huangshan shouted coldly. He motioned for a middle-aged revered martial artist to come forward and test the waters. The middle-aged man understood. The profound aura within his body surged and faint symbols flickered on his body. He slowly moved through the air and approached the stone tablet on the barren mountain. His gaze was fixed on the young man who was seated cross-legged. His expression was vigilant and cold. Pucci! Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the middle-aged martial honor spat out a mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned pale as if he had suddenly suffered a heavy blow. His eyes also turned dull. Quickly retreat! Xiang Huangshan shouted. His expression changed greatly and his shout woke the middle-aged martial honor up. How strange, he is comprehending a terrifying and overbearing divine ability. Xiang Huangshan seemed to have felt something. He looked at Du Xiaofu who was sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient stone tablet. His old face revealed a shocked expression. There is indeed something mysterious in that stone tablet. Not far away, Ji Tengjia followed Ji Sihai. The mysterious martial honor old man landed and looked at the young man who was sitting cross-legged in front of the ancient stone tablet. His eyes were filled with surprise. On the barren mountain, Du Xiaofu, who was in front of the ancient stone tablet, suddenly raised his head slightly. His tightly closed eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light shot out from the depths of his eyes, like lightning shooting into the sky. Chi! The light in his eyes shot into the sky and shook the space. Crack, crack! At the same time, the originally complicated cracks on the ancient stone tablet suddenly emitted a light and the cracks began to crack. The cracking speed became faster and faster. The light that spread out from the cracks also became more and more dazzling. It was as if it had turned into a curtain of light that enveloped Du Xiaofu's body. Boom! Suddenly, the ancient stone tablet completely cracked and turned into a pile of shattered rocks. Dust flew everywhere and shattered rocks scattered everywhere. In the distance, everyone watched as the ancient stone tablet strangely shattered into powder. Their gazes were all fixed on the young man who was almost drowned in the shattered rocks. At this moment, as the light in his eyes shot into the sky, Du Xiaofu was still sitting cross-legged quietly. Other than his eyes that were flickering with a golden light, everything else was as if he was in a daze. Pretending to be mysterious! Looking at the strange young man, Xiang Huangshan's face darkened. He did not want to delay any longer. With a deep shout, he stomped on the ground and pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Boom! Monstrous profound energy suddenly swept out from Xiang Huangshan's body. The runes were dazzling as they were released, instantly causing the sky above the Ji family to churn. A violent wind blew, and the energy pressure caused the void to tremble. Peak transcendent martial honorable! Looking at the terrifying momentum caused by Xiang Huangshan, Ji Tengjia, who was not far away, also frowned. Everything happened extremely quickly. Xiang Huangshan instantly appeared behind and above Du Xiaofu's head. With a clench of his fist, dark clouds rolled in the sky as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A huge rune fist suddenly formed in Xiang Huangshan's hand. He directly punched towards Du Xiaofu's head. Boom! When such a terrifying fist came crashing down, waves of air surged into the sky. terrifying energy ripples and strong winds swept out in all directions. Crack, crack! With Du Xiaofu as the center, the messy back mountain ground continuously cracked. Large cracks on the ground tore open like a bomb. At the same time, Xiang Huangshan swooped down. However, his gaze immediately changed. The closer he got, the more surprised he became. That strange young man clearly did not have any aura fluctuations, but at this moment, he felt an aura that made his heart tremble for no reason. That aura was domineering, giving people the feeling of a suppressed volcano, a bomb that had its fuse pulled, ready to explode at any time. The arrow was already knocked on the bowstring, unable to be released. Xiang Huangshan swooped down. The impact of his fist landed, causing the surroundings to explode. The wind and clouds in the sky surged, shaking the entire Tianchuan city. Buzz! Suddenly, the surrounding space above the barren mountain trembled. The dazed Du Xiaofu's eyes suddenly erupted with a golden light. Golden light overflowed from his body in an instant. His hair fluttered behind him, causing thunder and lightning to overflow around the barren mountain. His aura was domineering and incomparably fierce. Du Xiaofu raised his head. At this moment, his entire person was like an erupting volcano. He opened his mouth and let out a shocking roar. Roar! As this roar came out, it was as if heavenly thunder had exploded in the ninth heaven. The roar was like a dragon roaring in the ninth heaven, like a divine elephant trumpeting, shaking the entire Tianchuan city. The thunderous explosion resounded in the sky. The sound of rolling thunder reverberated in the air. Waves of sound spread out like waves of air. The vibrating space distorted violently, turning into waves of sound that spread out with the speed of lightning. This roar was like a dragon roaring in the ninth heaven, like a divine elephant trumpeting. It contained the power to move mountains and overturn seas. It was enough to cause the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, destroying everything. It was clearly just a loud roar, but at this moment, it contained a domineering martial intent. The terrifying martial intent rushed into the sky and pierced through the void. It destroyed Xiang Huangshan's fist shadow as easily as breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. This was not just a loud roar. This was already a martial intent, a terrifying martial Dao. The martial intent rushed into the sky, and the martial Dao swept through the sky. Xiang Huangshan was shocked. Endless dazzling runes erupted from his body. The aura of a peak transcendent martial venerable in his body circulated crazily, supporting his body and resisting the terrifying martial Dao intent. The sound waves swept out and spread in front of Xiang Huangshan in an instant. They produced a strange sound of wind and thunder, like the roar of heavenly thunder. Chi la la! Xiang Huangshan didn't manage to block it. That terrifying martial intent seemed to want to crush his body from the inside out. It wanted to crush his spirit gates, his profound chi went berserk, and his internal organs were on the verge of cracking. Pfft! Xiang Huangshan could not help but groan. His old face suddenly turned as pale as ash. He opened his mouth and spat out blood. His body was sent flying. Pfft! At the same time, the dozens of experts from the Xiang family of Hehuan's school who were closer, many of whom were martial venerables. At this moment, for some reason, they all opened their mouths and spat out dark red blood. Ah! The group of joyful Union sect experts covered their ears with their hands, their expressions miserable. Those who were weaker even had dark red blood flowing out of their ears. Chapter 1161. Wherever the terrifying sound wave passed, the sound wave spread out in a circular fashion. The space trembled and the surrounding barren hills and rocks were reduced to dust. Finally, even the surrounding rocks and rocks no longer existed. Everything was reduced to ashes and disappeared. At the back mountain of the Ji family, the gazes of Ji Sihai, Ji Tangjia, and the others froze. The surroundings were replaced by a deathly silence, a strange deathly silence. Numerous gazes moved in shock. Finally, they gathered on the young man who had already stood up. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. At this moment, regardless of whether it was the people from the Hehuan school or the Xiang family, Ji Sihai, Ji Tangjia, or the others, they all had extraordinary eyesight. The terrifying sound wave was actually so powerful that even Xiang Huangshan, who was a transcendent martial saint, was severely injured. They all felt that the heavenly gates in their bodies were about to be shattered by the sound wave. The sound wave divine ability was too terrifying. To them, the sound wave was a great divine ability. Everyone was stunned. A loud roar was able to injure Xiang Huangshan. What kind of terrifying strength was that? It's actually so powerful! Ji Tangjie could not help but exclaim from afar. If he had been a little closer, he would have definitely been affected. At that time, he would have at least been injured. And this was only being affected. Xiang Huangshan stabilized his body. Compared to Ji Tangjie's shock, the Xiang family experts from the Hehuan school behind him had ugly expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with shock. It was obvious that they were greatly shocked by the terrifying soundwave attack. Oh! In the crowd, Ji Rohong's mouth was dripping with blood. Her ears were also bleeding. Her mind was in a daze. Seeing the young man injure a peak transcendent martial saint expert of the Xiang family with a loud roar, Ji Rohong was so shocked that her mouth opened in a circle. She did not retract it for a long time. In the strange deathly silence, Du Xiaofu stood quietly. His body trembled slightly. His head was lowered, as if he was suppressing something. Boom! High up in the sky, wind and clouds suddenly surged, and the energy of heaven and earth gathered at lightning speed from all directions. The gathered energy of heaven and earth instantly occupied the space behind Du Xiaofu, forming a huge energy vortex. Faint lightning flashed and thunder roared, as if doomsday had arrived. Roar! At this moment, Du Xiaofu suddenly clenched his fists. Finally, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He raised his head and let out a loud roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. Rumble! At the same time Du Xiaofu roared, an aura surged from his body, and golden light immediately erupted. The frightening natural energy that lingered in the sky began to wildly pour into the tall and straight body in an instant. Walala! Under the infusion of this vigorous natural energy, the aura within Du Xiaofu's body began to surge crazily. He is breaking through! Fu Dabai is breaking through! Outside the barren mountain, everyone was dumbfounded. At this moment, the tall and straight youth was beginning to break through. Peak of the martial honorable Nirvana realm, breaking through to the complete martial honorable realm. Xiang Huangshan was shocked to find out that the strange young man was only at the peak of the martial honorable realm at the Nirvana realm. However, the terrifying roar just now had severely injured him. He is only breaking through to the complete martial honorable realm, but this aura seems to be breaking through to the chaotic origin martial honorable realm. What a vigorous and surging aura! Ji Tangxing was shocked as he felt the aura caused by the youth. Clearly, he was only breaking through to the complete martial honorable realm, but the aura was as vigorous as breaking through to the chaotic origin martial honorable realm. That stone tablet must be a treasure. Fu Dabai is about to break through. Ji Sihai's gaze trembled. That broken ancient stone tablet must be a treasure that contained a great power. After breaking through, that kid will be even more difficult to deal with. Xiang Huangshan's face grew darker and darker. His old face began to reveal a sinister look. That kid was already so frightening. If he successfully broke through, he would be even more difficult to deal with. I can't let him break through. Now is the best chance. A cold light flickered in Xiang Huangshan's eyes. His celestial chi surged and gushed out. Runes surged and gathered to form a huge palm print. The palm print channeled the energy of heaven and earth. Xiang Huangshan carried the palm print and violently blasted it toward Du Xiaofu. Xiang Huangshan, isn't it a little despicable to attack while someone is breaking through? Ji Tangxing gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a golden light shot out from his eyes. His figure rushed out and gathered to form a golden claw print. The Imperial Palace's dragon chi rippled and a dragon's roar reverberated, blocking Xiang Huangshan's palm print. Whoosh! The frightening force collided and the runes surged. Then, both of them shattered and disappeared in midair. Ji Tongxing, your Ji family is playing with fire. Seeing that Ji Tongxing was blocking him, Xiang Huangshan stared fixedly at Ji Tongxing. His low and cold voice was filled with a monstrous chill. He said to the experts of the Hehuan school and Xiang family behind him, "Stop Ji Tongxing and massacre the Ji family. Kill!" As Xiang Huangshan's voice fell, dozens of experts of the Xiang family and Hehuan school immediately rushed out. Their celestial chi surged and gathered into a frightening energy frenzy, causing heaven and earth to constantly shake. In Tianchuan City, the wind and clouds surged and the world trembled violently. Countless gazes were fixed on the Ji family. There, the aura was monstrous. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. An astonishing battle was colliding. "Stop it with all your might!" Ji Tongxing shouted. At the same time, several experts of the Hehuan school and Xiang family joined forces and directly trapped him. The goal of these experts of the Hehuan school and Xiang family was not to truly trap Ji Tongxing. They just wanted to stop him for a while. Even if it was just a few breaths, it would be enough. "Brat, don't even think about breaking through. Die!" In the next moment, Xiang Huangshan's eyes were ruthless. Killing intent surged as his figure continued to rush out. "Qi La!" Amidst the rippling cymbals, Xiang Huangshan clenched his fist. A vigorous and sharp aura swept out, causing space to ripple violently wherever it passed. It tore through the sky and charged towards Du Xiaofu, who was in the midst of his breakthrough, with lightning speed. Chi! In the blink of an eye, Du Xiaofu's tightly shut eyes suddenly opened. Golden light rippled in his eyes, accompanied by lightning. "You're too late!" A cold and indifferent voice came out of Du Xiaofu's mouth. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, a golden fist seal suddenly condensed and directly collided with the former. "Ayo!" The golden fist seal swept out. There was a faint sound of a dragon roaring in the sky and a divine elephant trumpeting. It was accompanied by mysterious runes that cut through the sky and suddenly collided with the former. Bam! The two collided with a loud bang. There seemed to be the sound of wind and thunder mixed in. The muffled sound of energy was like thunder. Walala! The moment they came into contact, the terrifying rune energy ripples swept out like a hurricane. The terrifying aura caused people to feel fear even from afar. Pfft. Amidst the shockingly tyrannical energy, Xiang Huangshan, who was already heavily injured by the sound waves of the roar, spat out another mouthful of blood. His face instantly turned much paler. Tap tap! After being forced back more than 10 steps in the air, Xiang Huangshan finally stabilized his body. His cold eyes were filled with shock. Bam! As the punch was thrown out, the sound of an energy explosion suddenly came out from Du Xiaofu's divine watchtower. A powerful and surging wave suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's tall and straight body. Huff! Following the crazy increase in his aura, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body instantly stepped onto a new level. High up in the sky, the sound was like rolling thunder. He succeeded in breaking through. How did he break through so quickly? Feeling the aura on the tall and straight youth, the shocked Xiang Huangshan's face instantly turned ashen and distorted. Xiang Huangshan could not believe that the youth had already reached the cultivation of a martial honorable at such a young age. The speed of his breakthrough just now was also as easy as flipping his hand. In such a short time, he had directly stepped into the martial honorable realm. Xiang Huangshan did not know Du Xiaofu. If he knew that Du Xiaofu had created all kinds of miracles along the way and that he had already killed a few extraordinary martial honorables when he was at the Nirvana realm, he probably would not have dared to come to the Ji residence. At this moment, he would have escaped without a trace. It was a pity that Xiang Huangshan did not know Du Xiaofu. At this moment, Xiang Huangshan did not realize that he was facing a terrifying person. Walala! As he broke through and stepped into the martial honorable realm, the vigorous heaven and earth energy in the sky descended like a storm and surged into Du Xiaofu's body. Then, everything calmed down. In an instant, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body was several times stronger than before he broke through. Extraordinary martial honorable peak, someone from Huan's school. Feeling everything in his body, Du Xiaofu smiled. His eyes were filled with golden light, accompanied by flashes of lightning, purple flames, and twinkling stars. Chapter 1162. Crack. After that, Du Xiaofu even stretched lazily. The bones in his body crackled like firecrackers exploding. His smile was frightening, but there was a chill in it. You do have some strength, but you're still only a perfected martial venerable. Do you really think that you can do anything to me, who is at the peak of the exceptional stage, just because you're a perfected martial venerable? After the shock, Xiang Huangshan took a deep breath. It seemed that he still had something to rely on. His eyes turned cold again as he spoke to Du Xiaofu coldly. Du Xiaofu stretched lazily, and raised his head slightly to look at Xiang Huangshan in the sky. His eyes smiled faintly, and the disdain and provocation in his smile was self-evident. He said in a low voice, "Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. Brat, you're courting death. No matter who you are, you must die today." Xiang Huangshan was extremely angry. He was so angry that he laughed. Dazzling runes and xianqi surged out from his body. His hand seals were quickly formed. His feet kicked the air, and at the same time, his figure flew out. He waved his hand and finally gathered 3 ferocious flood dragon illusions, directly pouncing towards Du Xiaofu. 3 dragons' secret art! Xiang Huangshan shouted gloomily. The 3 flood dragon illusions rushed into the sky. This was the Huan school's ultimate move, and also one of his trump cards. Ao ao ao! The 3 flood dragon illusions rushed out, their roars shocking the heavens. They formed a 3-legged formation, bringing with them an earth-shattering energy as they rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Looking at the 3 flood dragon illusions that were extremely powerful, Du Xiaofu smiled. He did not retreat at all. Instead, he directly attacked with a tyrannical stance. A golden light flashed in his eyes. With a flip of his palm, Du Xiaofu flicked his sleeve. Golden runes flickered, and a tyrannical aura swept through the sky. In the end, it gathered into the golden wings of a great ping, fiercely crashing into the 3 flood dragon illusions. Chi la la! Under the domineering golden light, the 3 flood dragon phantoms seemed to be naturally suppressed. Their fierce eyes revealed fear, and the stalemate did not last long before they all exploded. The energy runes scattered in all directions, and the space became chaotic, as if it wanted to shatter this space. As the monstrous energy dissipated, Du Xiaofu's figure also appeared in midair, standing against the wind. His hair danced in the wind as he stared at Xiang Huangshan in front of him. Traces of coldness filled his eyes. Ha ha ha! Do you really think that my Ji clan will allow anyone to do as they please? Now I'll play with you! Not far away, Ji Tongji looked at Du Xiaofu, who had already broken through, and laughed loudly. Ji Tongji sneered as he stared at the Huan school and Xiang clan's martial venerables who were blocking him. He also released his transcendental martial venerable aura. The imperial palace's draconic chi surged, and the draconic roars were unceasing. Ji Tongju continued to attack. Instantly, the revered martial artists from the Huan school and the Xiang clan were forced to retreat, leaving them in a sorry state. Dang dang! The 3 flood dragon phantoms were shattered by the opponent. Xiang Huangshan's face revealed a serious expression. The young man's cultivation was clearly only at the peak of the martial honorable realm, but his strength was too abnormal. Even the strongest person in the younger generation of the Huan school would not be a match for him. When Xiang Huangshan heard that his descendant had been crippled in a single move, and that elder men had also been killed in a single move, he had some doubts. He was afraid that someone was exaggerating. How could there be such a terrifying person in the younger generation? Even the descendants of the true dragon and true tiger were not that terrifying. At this moment, Xiang Huangshan finally understood that what he had heard was not exaggerated. The young man in front of him was indeed abnormally strong. If I don't kill this kid today, it will be even more difficult to take revenge in the future. He will also become a huge problem. A ferocious expression crawled onto Xiang Huangshan's old and pale face. A monstrous red light erupted from his body. The red light turned into talisman runes that enveloped Xiang Huangshan's body. Then, a terrifying and violent force was emitted from his body, activating his martial vein. It was filled with violence and ferocity. Human Emperor Martial Vein! Du Xiaofu looked at Xiang Huangshan's martial vein with interest. Then, his gaze suddenly changed. As Xiang Huangshan's martial vein was activated, the aura on his body suddenly began to surge violently. In the end, it actually climbed to the level closest to the chaotic element martial honorable realm. It was probably at the level of a fake chaotic element martial honorable. Rumble! As the aura surged, the space around Xiang Huangshan rumbled. The red talisman runes covered the surface of his body. His face became ferocious, like a ferocious beast. The energy of the world around him surged, and he was even constantly devouring the energy of the world around him. What a strange martial vein! It can actually increase one's strength. Looking at Xiang Huangshan, whose strength had soared, Du Xiaofu was surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a strange martial vein. Little brother, be careful. Xiang Huangshan's martial vein is the berserk martial vein. It can increase one's cultivation base and increase one's strength greatly. His attacks will also become more and more violent, and his body will also become more tyrannical. However, all of this will only last for a short time. Just as Du Xiaofu was surprised, Ji Tangjie's voice came from the distant battle circle. Violent martial vein. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved. This violent martial vein was really special. Kid, I'll let you know the power of my violent martial vein. Xiang Huangshan roared angrily. Killing intent surged in his eyes. Accompanied by a violent aura, he suddenly rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Swish! A scarlet rune, like a scarlet lightning bolt that contained death, rushed out from Xiang Huangshan and rushed towards Du Xiaofu. Qi! The berserk scarlet light landed in Du Xiaofu's eyes. Facing Xiang Huangshan, whose strength had increased greatly after activating the violent martial vein, Du Xiaofu did not dodge. The golden light in his eyes was intimidating, and with a wave of his right hand, a golden claw condensed and tore through the air. In the next moment, the golden claw tore through the air and fiercely collided with the scarlet lightning bolt. Swish! A crisp sound of something tearing through the air rang out, accompanied by the explosion of the fiery runes. The invisible space was torn apart, and circles of broken runes rippled out in all directions at an astonishing speed. Swish! Amidst the berserk energy, Xiang Huangshan's defense seemed to have increased explosively. He violently rushed out, waved his hand, and a series of fingerprints flew out. Swish, 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 swish. Streaks of scarlet fingerprints, like a berserk scarlet lightning bolt, exploded in the air. They were incomparably fierce, and quickly enveloped Du Xiaofu's vital points. Even Du Xiaofu was a little surprised by the speed and ferocity of the finger imprints. However, this did not cause any confusion for Du Xiaofu. Along the way, he had faced countless experts and encountered countless dangers. This kind of change did not affect Du Xiaofu. Swish! The golden light receded a little, and starlight energy rippled around his body, forming a starlight screen in front of him. The runes flickered, and the starlight screen was like a river of stars falling in front of Du Xiaofu. It was gorgeous and dreamy, and it directly absorbed the berserk energy. The berserk and fierce fingerprints swept into the starlight screen, as if they were swept into the vast river of stars. A moment later, they disappeared without a trace, not even leaving a trace. What a strange defense. Is it the power of the stars? Seeing Du Xiaofu's strange power of the stars, Xiang Huangshan revealed an astonished look, and his ferocious face slightly froze. Is this all you've got? Du Xiaofu stood in the air, looking at Xiang Huangshan with a smile. The starlight receded, and the golden light on his body was domineering. Brat, don't be complacent too early. Being ridiculed by Du Xiaofu, Xiang Huangshan's face became more and more ferocious. He was enraged to the extreme. The mysterious runes on his body flickered strangely, and the resplendent runes swept out from his body. The brilliance filled the air, covering the sky and the sun. It looked quite terrifying. Without a doubt, at this moment, Xiang Huangshan was enraged to the extreme by Du Xiaofu, and he was about to use his strongest strength. Oh, whoa! The resplendent runes lingered on Xiang Huangshan's body. Then, outside the Ji residence, under the countless astonished gazes of the entire Tianchuan city, it transformed into a gigantic ancient wolf that occupied the sky. The gigantic wolf's body was thousands of feet long, and its entire body was covered in dim red scales. Its eyes were ferocious and cruel, and the sharp fangs in its bloody mouth sent chills down one's spine. When the gigantic wolf's figure stepped into the sky, the aura of the entire Tianchuan city became violent and ferocious. The wind and clouds surged high in the sky, and even the heavens and earth trembled. What kind of demonic beast is that? When the gigantic wolf's figure appeared in the sky above Tianchuan city, waves of terrifying energy affected the heavens and earth, causing the entire Tianchuan city to tremble in fear. A series of gasps could be heard. Ancient violent blood sky wolf! Du Xiaofu looked at the gigantic wolf's figure and felt a terrifying and ferocious aura. It was a powerful demonic beast from the Wolf clan, and it was the king of the demonic beasts of the Wolf clan. It was rumored that in ancient times, there was an expert from the violent blood sky wolf clan who had even battled with a real tiger. They were extremely violent and ferocious. Brat, let's see how arrogant you can be! Xiang Huangshan laughed sinisterly as he stimulated the arterial spirit and assisted the martial vein's power. At this moment, he was using his full strength. Even a real chaotic element martial honorable would have to retreat if they encountered him. Xiang Huangshan did not believe that he could not even take down a brat who had just broken through to the complete martial honorable realm. Oh, whoa! The violent blood demon wolf's figure raised its head and howled. It was like a living creature as it pounced towards Du Xiaofu. A red light exploded from the violent blood demon wolf's figure. Its gigantic body was like a meteorite as it charged down. Its ferocious mouth swallowed everything, causing the surrounding space to distort like a red black hole. Energy rippled wildly, causing people to feel a chill just by looking at it. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.